So, can I get some order in the room? Can I get some order in the room, please? I'll repeat that. Councillor and members of staff and the public, if we can get some order in the room so we don't have to shout, that will be great, because our time is running short, but we actually have a quorum here today, which is very much appreciated. I will call the meeting to order and welcome you to the 21st meeting of the Planning and Growth Committee. Welcome to members of the committee, to other members of council in attendance, which I see a few here already. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. As always, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council for those of you that might not be in the room. The Planning and Growth Management Committee gratefully acknowledges it is meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron, Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. Doing my best. So, the first item is any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Not seeing any. Confirmation of the minutes of the May 3rd meeting. Moved by Councillor DiCiano. All those in favor, opposed, carried. We have a number of communications that often show up in front of us, which I see we have here again today. We can go through the list if you want and see if there's any items which can be disposed of quickly. Item number 1, we're going to have a presentation of item 1, 2, and 3 together, because they all are part of the work that the Planning Division is doing. Item number 4, we have speakers on the Portlands. Item number 5, on the work plan for the development review process, we do have speakers as well. Item number 6 is a timed item for 11 o'clock. Item number 7 is a timed item for 11:30. Item number 8 is a timed item as well for 11:30. Item number 9, applications for area-specific amendments to the city's sign bylaw. There is 750 Spadina Avenue, 150 Sherway Drive, 153 Dufferin Street, 700 Strachan, that's Lawrence, and on Yonge Street, but we have some speakers. That's 12 o'clock. 21.10, sign status update, third-party sign tax. Any questions or comments on that? Otherwise, the recommended motion is to receive the report for information. Sure.
I just wanted to note that this report that's in front of us is in lieu, and I know that committee voted it for it, is in lieu of actually having updated information on the sign tax and a proposal to change it. I know that we did extensive work consulting. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed we're not further along. I'll accept the motion to receive, but frankly, we've had enough time. We should be updating the sign tax now, and I look forward to the fall report.
Okay, with that, the motion to receive moved by Councillor to adopt the recommendation of the staff report, which is to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. ConsumersNext, we have speakers for that. 21.12, Echo Roof Incentive Program application to Fraser Avenue. There are no speakers. The suggested disposition is to adopt the recommendation of the staff report. Moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 21.13, amendment to the green roof bylaw with respect to transit facilities constructed as part of a transit project across multiple sites. The recommendations is to adopt the staff report. Nobody wishes to hold that. Moved by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. City of Toronto Archaeological Collections Repository update. Councillor DiCiano would like to hold that. and the sign study Spadina-Front, which is on the agenda. It's a request from Councillor Cressy to do a study of that particular area. I'm fine with it. I'll move the recommendations from Councillor Cressy. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. There are two additional items which I've been asked to add to the agenda. One is from Councillor Layton. It's titled Tapping the Keg, Reducing Barriers to Craft Breweries in Toronto. And the other one is from Councillor Matlow, Planning an Age-Friendly Toronto. So with your permission, I'll add them both to the agenda for circulation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we go back to the very first item which we had, which was a presentation on items 1, 2, and 3, the City Planning Annual Report. How does the city grow updates 2017, and great report, Growing Up, Planning for Children in New Vertical Communities, draft guidelines. Who's doing the presentation? Jennifer, how long do you expect the presentation will be? Yeah. I think if you're covering 3 items in 15 minutes, that's probably okay. And the members of committee and members of council that are here, if you can write your questions down if you have them and ask them after on all 3, that would be great.
Good morning to the chair and to members of committee. What you have in front of you in this presentation is a summary of 3 items that are on the agenda today. The 2016 annual report, which we usually bring back in January, but due to workload pressures, it has just been produced and just been completed. How does the city grow, which is a summary of development activity over the course of the past 5 years. And then a third report, which is our guidelines related, draft guidelines related to growing up, policies for creating family-friendly housing across the entire city. There are metrics in both reports, you'll notice. I just want to say this by way of indication, and some of this might be a bit confusing because the metrics are based on different timelines, and I will explain that as I go through the report. The annual report is a summary of 2016, so it's looking back and saying this is what happened in 2016. How does the city grow is a 5-year retrospective comparing how we are doing with the targets that have been set by the province. So you'll see we'll be measuring in the context of how you grow our success in responding to the provincial growth targets, and that includes data to date. I'd like to begin by speaking about the annual report. You should have a hard copy in front of you. I won't be going through it in detail. Before I begin, I'd like to just give a shout out to Brad Bradford and David Fitzpatrick. Both wave your hands, please. These 2 guys have worked incredibly hard on bringing this report to you. We produced this report entirely in-house. So thank you to Brad and David for their excellent work on creating a really quality summary of the work that we've undertaken in city planning. The report highlights achievements over the past year, as well as identifies work program priorities for moving forward. And this initiative of creating an annual report is an outcome of our 5-year strategic plan. And we're in the 5th year of our strategic plan. This is the 4th time we've prepared an annual report. We've prepared one every year. What you see in this document are the studies, the policy initiatives, development review is summarized, and it all aligns with the organizational structure that exists in city planning, arranged around our 8 functional units, which you can see identified on the table of contents. The accomplishments are achieved, of course, as a result of a collaboration with council, with external and corporate partners, and with community stakeholders. And we seek to make that abundantly clear as we go through this entire report, that we weigh and lean heavily on other divisions as they do on us. You can see here that we think through our work program in 4 broad lenses: inputs, people, process, and outputs. And the numbers that you see on the screen and in the report give you an idea of the work and the volume that takes place across the division over the course of the year, and the extent of the reach and the impact. You can see, for example, a summary under output of the Section 37 benefits that were secured over the course of 2016. You can also see under archaeology assessment reports reviewed that we reviewed 294 archaeology reports. The objective here is to bring some of the data that might not otherwise be apparent into the public domain into the public domain. You can see here on this slide, this is sort of our money slide, tends to generate a tremendous amount of interest. It highlights the city's new projects, Committee of Adjustment applications, and heritage permits for 2016 across the 4 planning districts. And you can see that there is a concentration of activity around our urban centers, as well as our waterfront. And importantly, there continues to be development activity across the entire city. You all have a copy of the report in front of you. I won't be reviewing the details in the report, but across each section and unit in the city, we've provided an account of city planning highlights from the respective community council or from various committees. So PGM is highlighted in the report as well. We have also taken a deeper dive into a series of select projects. So you see on the screen here a summary of the quad at York University. And we've tried to call out specific interventions where staff were able to make tangible improvements to the public realm, the size and scale of a project, the neighborhood and block connections, as well as community amenities. So what we wanted to do here was highlight the role that city planners played in collaborating with development partners in order to create a better project. And our goal here was really about trying to make the policies tangible. It's really about showing where city planning makes a difference and providing concrete project-based examples. We spend a considerable amount of time on broad policy considerations, but we also want to recognize in this report that the devil's in the detail. And you can see on the quad through the list of achievements that came out of the approvals process, including wider sidewalks, internal courtyards, the design of the building, the Section 37 contributions. We wanted to highlight the ways that the high-level policy that is set by City Council then gets translated and implemented in specific projects. So that's the way we've structured the report over the course of the past several months, and I hope that you enjoy seeing everything that we've done in 2016. It's tricky to condense all of the work that we do, so it really provides very much a snapshot. Now, shifting gears a little bit, I'd like to talk now about how does the city grow. And this is really about the remarkable pace of development in the City of Toronto over the past 5 years, from 2012 to 2016. So you see a summary in the context of this update, which we would provide to committee on a regular basis. And we use the metric of the growth plan, the provincial growth plan, to assess how it is, in fact, that we are doing. So on this slide here, you see that the city continues to grow significantly. We had a record-breaking 30,749 units completed in Toronto in 2015, more than double the average number of units completed annually over the past 10 years. So just think about the implications from an infrastructure perspective. Strong growth has continued into 2016 with 16,027 units completed, which is the 3rd highest number of completions over the past 35 years. Overall, there has been a steady upward trend in both starts and completions over the course of the past 3 decades, which you see summarized on the slide in front of you. Now, the next slide shows you the proposed residential development. Altogether, the current development pipeline contains 2,523 development projects with activity between 2012 and 2016. 1,530 of these projects have a residential component. Together, they propose 363,900 units, or about 29.2 million square meters of residential GFA. And the projects, as you can see in the slide, are concentrated in the downtown, the centers, and along the avenues. And this is good because this is the objective of our official planning framework. Now, here on this next slide, you can see the proposed non-residential development. In total, there are 1,434 non-residential projects. This equals 9.53 million square meters that are proposed in the pipeline in Toronto. So non-residential continues to be incredibly robust as well. And they too are concentrated precisely where we want to see growth to go, in the downtown, in the centers, as well as in the designated employment areas. Our employment areas are extremely healthy. They're vital components to the city's urban structure, and they are national and international locations for both industry and innovation. And the employment areas have about 31% of the city's proposed non-residential GFA. So continuing to protect employment areas for employment uses is an important strategy for the city moving forward. Now, if we look at residential approvals, we see that residential approvals have outpaced residential starts over the last 5 years. This is really critical with respect to recognizing that the city or the planning process is not in any way holding up residential development in the city. We see an increasing volume of applications. And of course, we are constrained to respond to all of those applications, but it's important to note that the outpacing of starts means that there is a surplus of approved units between 2012 and 2016 in the city, which suggests in some ways that we should be focusing more intently on infrastructure, complete communities, than rushing projects through the approvals process. Now, when we say projects approved, it's important to note the nuance here that these approved units are in projects that have received at least their first planning approval, but have not necessarily gone through site plan approval. That's what we count as they've been through an official plan amendment or rezoning, but they haven't necessarily already been through site plan approval, just to qualify and have clarity as to what that data means. Now, if we look at the growth plan forecast, we see that we are on track with the household forecast supporting the growth plan as amended in 2013. The revised forecast anticipates that 399,270 housing units will be required to accommodate the forecasted population growth between 2001 and 2041. CMHC reported that 2011, 824 units were built between 2002 and 2016. This is 53% of the required units and leaves a balance of 187,446 units to achieve the forecast. So we are well on our way in responding to the growth as forecasted in the provincial growth plan. The current development pipeline contains, as I mentioned earlier, over 2,500 development proposals that have been received, representing 363,859 units. Of these, 123,000 units are approved or have building permits issued and are not yet built. This represents a further 31% of the required units. The pipeline contains another 148,294 units that city planning is still reviewing. So they've been received, they haven't yet been approved. So together, if we bring this all together, what we see is that the units already built and those approved and not yet built total approximately 84% of the units required to accommodate the forecasted population growth by 2041, with 25 years remaining in that forecast period. So we are significantly ahead of the growth targets identified by the province with respect to what we're accommodating in the Toronto context. In addition, if we include the proposals still under review, that 31%, that would bring the total up to 121% of the forecasted demand over the course of the next 25 years. These are important and in some ways sobering numbers when we think about the infrastructure demands that we face as a city. The city already has more than sufficient potential housing to accommodate the forecasted growth. Not all the submitted projects, of course, get approved. That's an important qualifier to the comments that I've just made. And of course, not all approved projects get built. Sometimes a developer goes through the process but doesn't actually build the project. So this is one of the reasons why being over the forecast isn't a bad thing. However, given the current trends, Toronto is well on its way to housing the population forecasted by the growth plan to 2041. So remember this slide. It's a very good summary of the metric and what we are achieving with respect to the growth that we are approving and reviewing in the City Planning Department. Toronto development activity also continues in our growth areas. This is a really important metric for understanding whether our official plan is working or not. Is growth going where we want growth to grow? And the large majority of the proposed development is in areas targeted for growth by the official plan. 81% of the residential units in the pipeline were proposed to be built in areas targeted for growth by the OP, which is the downtown, the centres, the avenues, and in other mixed-use areas throughout the city. Almost half, so 47%, of the non-residential GFA was proposed in the downtown centres and along the avenues and in other mixed-use areas. And another 31% was proposed in our employment areas, exactly where we want to see it, which the official plan also targets, of course, for non-residential growth. Now, a really important part of the good news story here is that our avenues are successful in attracting growth. Our avenue studies are also working. Our avenues have attracted a large amount of development activity, with 20% of the city's proposed units are now being built along our avenues, which is critical to building out walkable main streets in existing low-density neighborhoods. Now, importantly, see that the average project over time is increasing significantly. There's been a dramatic increase if you look in 2016, with the total number of projects has declined, but the individual projects are getting bigger and bigger, representing more units and more complex projects, meaning whereas in the past one project may have been a 20-story building, today one project, we still call it one project, but it might include multiple buildings, have a heritage component, have an open space component, and often we are now integrating community amenities right onto the site. Such as pedestrian connections, green spaces, affordable daycare. So the complexity has increased as the unit count has increased in individual projects. So in summary, with respect to how does the city grow, I encourage you to read the bulletin and mine it for the data. All of the data, as always, needs to be qualified. You need to look at the parameters around all of the various numbers. But of course, there is a great deal of development activity that is occurring in the city, both in residential and non-residential. And importantly, that growth is occurring where we want it to go. Our official plan is working in terms of shaping and directing where we want to attract growth, which is to our main transit corridors. So that's how does the city grow. I'm now going to transition to growing up, planning for children in new vertical communities. Now, you've had a presentation on growing up vertical previously. What you have before you today are the draft guidelines, and what we would like to do is move forward in applying over a 2-year period these draft guidelines. We know Toronto, all of that growth we see, one of the reasons why the units, the projects are getting bigger and more complex is because more of those projects are vertical. 83% of the housing units between 2011 and 2016 were apartment condos. So there's a few key objectives of growing up vertical. Providing a diverse housing stock that meets Toronto's long-term needs, ensuring that we design and plan for complete communities, ones that offer a variety of different unit sizes, access to a high-quality public realm and community facilities, and importantly, appropriately, family, supportive, private amenities in buildings. Citywide, only 3.8% of the new stock included 3 bedrooms. And I was asked this morning by Matt Galloway, why is that? Well, one of the reasons is because historically we saw this housing stock as not traditionally being primarily for families. We know that as land values change, as values change, and as the neighborhood becomes and location becomes a more important amenity than the size of a space that a family lives in, values are changing, and raising families in vertical communities in a dense urban center is becoming a more and more desirable option. A 3-bedroom unit doesn't necessarily mean that it will accommodate a family. In the downtown, the range of 3 bedrooms varies significantly, from 673 square feet to over 5,000 square feet. So designing for families is not just about size, it's also about getting the amenity and the space designed right. So in this study, the guidelines really focus on 3 scales, looking at getting the neighborhood right for families, the building right for families, as well as the unit right for families. And the guidelines require that both the city and developers take joint responsibility for planning residential communities that offer a great quality of life for families. So at the neighborhood scale, this is about focusing on the children's experience in the community, promoting independent mobility, access to parks, schools, as well as community infrastructure. So an example of this would be locating new childcare facilities in residential developments, which the city has, over the past several years, demonstrated significant success in achieving, and this aligns with the growth strategy for the city's licensed childcare system. The next evolution of this is actually looking at how we integrate schools right into the base of condo buildings in order to ensure that there's incredibly good access to amenities for children. So neighborhood guidelines are very much about safe community spaces and amenities in neighborhoods that support families. With respect to the building guidelines at the building scale, a really big part and one of the challenges is improving the diversity of the housing stock. We want to get to 25% larger units. We want to encourage the design of flexible and functional amenity space and common space that supports resident interaction and lingering. And I'll give you a very specific example. Several years ago, I toured a project in Richmond, BC, where there was a room in the building for toddlers. There was a room in the building, a craft room in the building, and there was also an amenity space in the building that was targeted to teenagers, so the teenagers had their space. So families were choosing to live in a smaller unit, but the building had amenities that compensated for the fact that there wasn't a spot to do crafts in that individual unit. So these are some of the things that can easily be addressed through designing the building differently. But the unit matters as well. And this is about focusing on size and functionality, recommending minimum areas for each element to ensure that a unit provides a space for the social functions of family life. One of the things we heard in our consultations from families is that the biggest challenge in their condo is that there isn't a spot for a family meal. So if we believe family meals are an important part of family life, we need to ensure that condos are designed and laid out so that there is a spot for a family to have a meal together, ensuring that there is space for storage, useful entryways, allowing families to use the spaces in a variety of different ways. So the guidelines recommend a cumulative unit size for larger 2- and 3-bedroom units. And really, this is about recommending design that responds to the needs of families. And you've probably heard the story about strollers in the bathtub. Strollers, if you live in a walkable community, is your #1 form of transportation. It's a really important amenity. If your condo doesn't let you keep it in their hallway, and there isn't a storage space in the building, and there's nowhere to store it in your unit, and you get a bit desperate, you put the storage in the bathtub, and you clean out the bathtub to give the kids a bath, and then you put the stroller back in the bathtub. We can actually, through thoughtful design, we can solve that problem. That doesn't need to be the case. We can make units better designed to accommodate the needs of families. Importantly, we heard that families are making different choices, that if the neighborhood, the building, and the unit is designed to accommodate their needs, that living in dense vertical communities is more and more a first choice for families. So in terms of our next step, Pending council approval, city planning will launch consultations with the design and development communities who've been very engaged in this process over the past 2 years, primarily through individual applications where the guidelines have been applied. And we've had a super response from the development industry. The development industry is ahead of us on this. They get it. They're excited about it. And the great thing about our guidelines is that we've done some of the hard work for them, so it's easier for them to bring this thinking and apply it to their new projects. We'll report back after a 2-year pilot project of applying the guidelines in Q1 of 2018 we'll report back with modifications following that consultation, and presumably after several years, the objective would be to approve these guidelines through various refinements for application on all projects in the city. Thank you very much. That's a summary of the 3 reports before you.
Thank you. I have questions from Councillor Carroll first.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I had the presentation in advance of this from staff. I think a lot of councillors did on the growing up piece, and one sort of stuck with me. I was kind of disappointed in it, and it actually isn't part of your presentation. I've always held out this goal. We all worry about the number of 561 square foot units, and the issue of requiring, right now it's cajoling and hoping that they will build that part in the wall where you can combine units. And the long form of this plan actually shows what the potential of that is, what 2 one-bedrooms could become, especially if there are the family amenities elsewhere in the building. But we're not recommending it as a requirement. I gather because we asked some of the public and they said, no, I probably wouldn't buy the unit next door. And I went away concerned. I'm wondering if you could speak about whether or not that is something you'll continue to monitor, because I think that while demographically they may not be asking for it right now, isn't there a concern that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, lots of people will be asking for it because there's simply no single-family dwelling stock left?
Through the chair, one of the things that we do recommend in the guidelines is the opportunity to hack condos, modular units, movable walls, so that they can in fact be adaptable. We want to continue to work very closely with the industry. We know we create a catch-22 if we're too far out ahead of the market, and in fact there isn't a market for what's being proposed. To give you an example, we have some areas in the downtown where we've required larger units, but the price point makes them not desirable for families. And the affordable housing piece is a really important component of this that needs to be discussed. So the challenge is ensuring that we are lockstep with the industry, that we are creating and recommending something that there is a market and an appetite to purchase at the end of the day. So this is one of the reasons why we would like over the course of several years to monitor the guidelines, to make them more rigid. The development industry obviously responds to the market. And the good news is that this study process has put this firmly on the radar screen of the industry, and there are many developers who want to work closely with us to push those boundaries. There's nothing stopping us from going further.
Okay, can I ask a follow-up? But that deals with the bigger units and how you might hack them and change them. But the issue of breaking down the wall between 2 units, I don't have any faith, and maybe you can speak to this, I don't have any faith that the developer will do that, because he builds to whatever is today's demographic because he needs to sell it. But then we're left 20 years later with a housing stock that now doesn't match the demographic. So I'm not sure that we'll ever get that flexibility. How do you take 2 units and make them 1 unless we require it?
Through the chair, I would like to pass this question over to Andrea and Anne-Marie, who I should have flagged when I began to speak about this as having done an exceptional amount of spectacular heavy lifting to bring this report forward to you. Anne-Marie?
Thank you through the chair, and also Julie, who's done it through urban design. On page 31 of the guidelines, guideline 2.2, and following up from your question yesterday, Councillor Carroll, we do basically talk about having demisable partitions between the various units, fondly called a tear-down wall between. So we will be, and we have looked at incorporating those through agreements, as I spoke to yesterday. The value of them has been proven limited, but that doesn't mean that we would not necessarily encourage that happens, so there's unit flexibility in the future. What we have seen from the market and the developers that we've spoke to is that when people are looking for longer units, larger units, when they put them out for sale, they often accommodate that with just actually redesigning some of those unit layouts. So it's still in here, it's still in the guidelines, we will still encourage it, and we will see if the market starts responding to it more favorably, given 10 years ago when we were doing this, it was a bit more of a struggle, and we have a much more accepting developer community, but in the guideline, it is reflected in the guideline, and also wood frame provides a lot more flexibility in terms of allowing that, the units to basically be integrated even post-sale.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you had some questions.
Thank you. This is just an amazing amount of work and a fantastic report. I just want to follow up, Madam Chief Planner, on the affordability issue and inclusion, as far as what goals we set, how we've met them, how the difficulty with larger units, because they're way more expensive than the starter condo. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Through the Speaker, I absolutely do. These guidelines are limited to focusing on design. They focus on unit building and neighborhood design. There is a whole other body of work that is required, and it connects into the Mayor's initiative on open door policies related to the use of Section 37 around creating affordable units and condos, inclusionary zoning, and building more affordable rental. That work would lie with the Affordable Housing Office, and we've had conversations with the Affordable Housing Office, but there is a significant amount of work in order to deliver what will not be delivered by the market, which is the affordable housing component, and to deliver on the vision, and that is an area where a tremendous amount of work is still outstanding.
Is there anything in any of the OMB reforms that would allow us to require kind of a more well-rounded approach by developers?
Through the Speaker, one of the things that the OMB reform will achieve is it reinforces significantly council policy, meaning that council policy becomes more important than it ever has before, which means that council, in its secondary plans, as an example, can be more specific than it has been in the past with respect to what it would like to achieve for a given area. So I think there is an opportunity to use the OMB reform, and there is a significant opportunity for city planning, and we have been thinking very carefully about this over the course of the past several months in anticipation of OMB reform, is the way that we approach policy development in a different way, knowing that the weight of that policy will not be something that we have to worry about being overturned, but if it's council policy, it will be respected at the board. So I think there is a significant opportunity for work such as this to have an impact as a result of OMB reform.
And I think I heard you right that the avenues are attracting growth, which was a city policy to bring growth to the transit hubs and avenues, with 20% of the overall units now on the avenues.
Through the Speaker, that's correct, 20%.
So that, I'm just, often on the avenues, there are existing facilities and existing amenities, unlike a brand-new community of, I don't know how many thousand we're looking at here in the core areas. How important is it to maintain and expand existing services at that point for that 20% of units on avenues? We wouldn't be building brand new schools, we wouldn't be building brand new community centers, but should we not have a focus or a policy to maintain services in expanding in areas that are undergoing growth?
Through the speaker, absolutely. In the context of our avenue studies, we do undertake community services and facilities studies in order to understand the neighborhood capacity to absorb the proposed growth. So there is a facilities as well as an infrastructure planning component that goes along with adding buildings to an existing neighborhood. Importantly, as a result of the OMB reform, that policy framework becomes more important than it has been in the past.
Great, thank you very much.
Questions, Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a bit of a numbers question. You put a slide up on how the city grows on submitted and approved. Do we track approved and not built sort of like by age date, like the aged application? So in my ward, there is a new submission, and there's already a previously approved development on the site. And yet, so the previously approved development will never be built. They've come in with another submission. Do we track that data? I just mentioned to Councillor Carroll, she says, yes, she has developments in her ward that have been approved for years and never built.
We do. I will have Michael Wright answer that question, and I also should have acknowledged the exceptional work that Michael has done in bringing forward this report on how does the city grow. And
That's why I asked the question.
so
Perfect.
the floor is Michael's.
Through the chair. Yes, we do track the previous development approvals. Those form part of the active projects. When a new development proposal is received for the same site, part of the determination within city planning and with the applicant is whether or not the new proposal supersedes the other one. If it's already an existing approval granted by council, the approval remains, in which case this is a new development proposal, which is considered separately. If it is approved, then it replaces the prior approval.
So my question is, in your counting of units approved, not built but submitted, is there the potential for double counting? Where it's already been approved, it was approved in 2008 or 2007, the developers come back, they were approved for 300 units or 150 units, then they're coming back now for 600 units. So all of a sudden that looks like 700 units have been submitted for a particular site when in fact it's less. So I'm just wondering if, it's probably rare, I would think, but I'm wondering if we have any means to track that.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, does not happen often.
Okay.
Generally speaking, there is a single owner or applicant with respect to a given site with the given approval. So what they are proposing is a modification that adds to the existing approval something different.
Okay.
So it becomes a net addition.
Okay, a net addition, okay. And then there's in the annual report, there's no mention on Ontario Municipal Board cases that we have, where we've gone to the Ontario Municipal Board, fought for our beliefs and our values as city planners and so on, and wins and losses, settlements. That information, have we not had that before?
Through the speaker, we do have that information. That information is actually tracked by city legal, not by city planning. Maybe it's in their annual report.
Oh, it's got to be.
We do, in fact, identify under process the number of hours spent at the board on OMB appeals, but the rest of the data is, in fact, collected and calibrated by city legal.
Okay. And then, you may have touched that, but in regard to these family-friendly buildings and the guidelines, what teeth do we have to really, encourage family-friendly buildings? Is it pretty much moral suasion? Is it just like, please do this? Is it, really, we don't have any authority to bring about enforcement of that.
Through the speaker, moral suasion can go quite far, but only if it in fact appeals to the market. So we do sometimes use Section 37 as a way, and frequently when it's brought forward as an interest of the city councillor, it's been identified by the community, the city councillor brings it forward into that process. So Section 37 can be used as a tool to secure certain amenities, including affordable daycare is where we've been most successful over the course of the past several years. The guidelines are intended to guide and shape a development project, realizing that every project is going to be different. The good news is that we have seen a tremendous amount of receptivity to these guidelines. There are going to be instances where a developer says to us, that's not the kind of building I'm building, that's not my market, these do not apply, and we will have that conversation. There are other instances where the guidelines are going to play a significant role in shaping the entire project. And as Anne Marie indicated, we've seen a tremendous amount of receptivity by the industry to these guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow, questions?
On the Growing Up report, and congratulations, great work, you identified something that I'm wondering if you're having conversations with the industry, which is this market question, because you identify when we have the 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom unit built and they go to market, they sell like crazy. And I've witnessed this. You know, people want to get into a 2-bedroom condo where there's nothing available out there. So once they're built, there's a huge market. But it's that period that you need to get the building built, the builder needs the financing, and all the investors just want to do the 1-bedroom. So how do we, like, what conversations are you having with the industry, and how can we come together on this? Because this is the tough one. It's really, you know, we know that eventually there will be the market for it, but how do we bridge this time? And are there other changes that need to happen for us to work with the industry to actually bring these units into the market?
Through the chair, we've initiated those conversations. The impetus for the Growing Up Guidelines was a Chief Planner Roundtable on families in a rapidly densifying city. And at that time, we had a developer, Steve Diamond, was on the roundtable. And he talked about how the biggest constraint actually being a whole variety of market factors that were disincentives to building the larger units. It's not a great answer, but it's the true answer, which is there's a lot of work to be done in that area. Some of them involve potentially financial incentives from the city. They do involve speaking more closely and collaborating with the Affordable Housing Office. Inclusionary zoning, if that were to be advanced, is in fact a really important policy tool, because you can imagine that the inclusionary zoning housing would be the family housing in a given building. All of this we see as laying the foundation, because there's no point in trying to get families into buildings if you don't have the amenities, the unit in the neighborhood for families. So we felt that we needed to figure out the design first, but a next critical layer of work absolutely is continuing to collaborate with the industry to figure out that affordability piece. I'll also add that in buildings where we have secured larger units that we designated for families, in following up with the industry, we found that those units are rarely occupied by families. Frequently, for example, in the ICE condos downtown, many of the larger 3-bedroom units have 6 students living in them. That's not a bad thing. It's good housing for students, but it's not actually meeting the need that we were seeking to meet. And that's a price point issue, including the amount of monthly condo fee that's required for a larger unit that actually makes it very difficult for a family to purchase a larger space.
Okay. With regards to this slide, so this slide always gets me very confused, I have to be honest with you, because I look at it and for me, what I imagine is, because we say we're ahead, we're ahead, we're ahead. And according to the latest numbers, we have 65,000 empty units, which everybody even questions if we do. So we don't have thousands and thousands of empty units. What would have happened if we had followed the growth plan? I mean, we are 84% to what we were supposed to have done. So there's something, I mean, the growth plan is not accurate. It can't be, because the units are not empty. If we had only responded to this so-called growth plan, where would all these people be living if the units are not empty? So there's something here that I always don't understand. I mean, there's something here that, you know, we're trying to say that we're ahead, but we're ahead of what?
So there's, through the chair, there's really 2 really important answers. One is that household size is declining, so we're seeking to accommodate a population number, but because household size is declining, more units are required to accommodate that same amount of population. That's the first. The second is, this is a population forecast. We know over the past 12 months that there has been a fundamental severing of the housing market from population growth. We see a demand that is disconnected from population growth. This does not in any way speak to speculation or units that are being purchased and not actually lived in.
Yeah, but those are 65,000 units according to our numbers. It's not thousands and thousands and thousands of units. Even if it's a speculator, they're probably being rented. Somebody's
Councillor
living
Barlow.
there.
You got 15 seconds, and the
Okay.
deputy city manager wants to answer.
If I could just jump in on it. The challenge with forecasts are that they contain an element of both projection, some prediction, and in many cases, some prescription. So especially the growth plan has a lot of prescription, what they think, the province think ought to happen. And the difficulty, of course, with projections is you're looking backwards and trying to project to the future. Then you start to get a little bit of prediction. You try to change it a little bit, recognizing things are happening. So the growth plan is very much has some normative, we ought to have some distribution in this fashion. And I can tell you, we have some complaints about the growth plan here in the city. I can tell you in the 905 and other places in the Greater Golden Horseshoe, they've got other complaints. And it's a reflection of both prediction, projection, and the prescription that the province wants. So you're always going to be out of sync, I think, with that.
Okay. So if that's the case, I just think we need to be more careful on and how we take this information and how we try to plan and portray it out there, because sometimes we might be overlooking issues just by putting out these statements out there and not asking the right questions. I just want to make sure that we're asking the right questions.
Couldn't agree with you more. I think that's a very important point, that there's a very much more elegant and more deep understanding necessary, and that the soundbite sometimes does not reflect that depth of information.
Councillor Perks, then Councillor Fillion.
In your last answer to Councillor Bailao, you mentioned that the demand and supply of D-Link in terms of how the housing market worked. I'm wondering, where do I find out more? Like, obviously you've seen some information on this. Is this the appropriate committee to dig further into that question? Yeah? There's an awful lot of conversation going on about what parts of the market are doing well, which parts of the market are now turning into just financialized, speculative parts of the market. Has your department done some work on that?
Through the speaker, actually, as a result of a contact from Councillor Bailao, we have some meetings set up with I believe they're called the Centre for Economic Prosperity, Paul Sentiman, who has done a tremendous amount of analysis on understanding what's happening in the housing market. And so we're continuing to have that conversation. And to Councillor Bailao's point, this slide shows how we are doing against the growth forecast. That's all it does. And it's not prescriptive. We recognize that there's a significant of additional analysis that's required, in that there are important data gaps. So we are partnering with outside agencies, including CMHC, to begin to generate and understand that data so that we can have a better understanding of what's happening in the market. Also meeting with economists who, for the first time, I've heard their song change significantly in the past 12 months. There's a real concern that there has been a delinking between population and employment growth and the demand we see in the housing market, which creates a significant amount of risk. So we're concerned about this, and we're seeking to do some of that analysis internally.
And when you do it internally, is your intention to bring it here, or is this just for?
Our objective would be to use it to inform our policy analysis and our recommendations, but we would be happy to bring that analysis to planning and growth management. The intention of doing the analysis is to use it to inform policy development.
And when do you think you would have your hands on something concrete?
Through the chair, we don't have a work program yet. We have a meeting that's taking place next week
Maybe I'll check
to
in
begin
with
to
you after that.
initiate, and so maybe we should talk after that. I need to understand what data exists. We don't yet know that.
Thank you.
Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I'm quite interested in that subject as well. I think it's very important. First of all, thank you for some really important work, very well presented. My two quick questions having to do with what it is we're trying to achieve overall. I think the vision that you continually enunciate. It appears that in some parts of the city, the growth, the residential development has completely outpaced our ability to properly provide for the residents, to create the kind of environment we want for the new residents, and everything from childcare facilities to, a range of social and physical infrastructure. And are we at the point where we need to think about freezing some of those areas, the residential growth, so that some of these other very important components of creating a community can catch up?
Through the chair, the two areas that are currently under the greatest threat with respect to not having the infrastructure in order to respond to growth are the downtown core and Yonge and Eglinton. Those are the two areas where we see the most significant growth pressure. I'm very happy to say that through TO Core and Midtown in Focus, we have been aggressively advancing a policy framework for exactly that reason, so that we have in place a very clear understanding of what the infrastructure needs are and how to address those infrastructure needs. So in the two areas where the risk is greatest, we are on the cusp of bringing forward new policy frameworks, which as a result of OMB reform will in fact have significant teeth that will allow us to manage growth in keeping with our infrastructure needs. The secondary plan for TO Core will be coming forward this fall. Midtown in Focus will be coming forward this fall as well. So there's a tremendous amount of work that's happened over the past 3 years to get us to a point where we can manage that growth in a better way. Coupled with OMB reform, I believe we're going to be in a very different position a year from now than we are today. Along our avenues, where, as you heard, 20% of our growth is going, we have 19 avenue studies already complete. Those are areas that have been upzoned, where there is a policy framework that has been approved by City Council. Those areas, we already have an updated policy framework. So that would leave other areas that might be an outlier with respect to the growth that we see. Of course, the North Yonge secondary plan is an important piece of the puzzle in North York. I feel quite confident that in the highest growth areas where we have the most pressure, we've done the work that we've needed to do over the course of the past couple of years to bring the policy frameworks up to date, to ensure that we're aligning infrastructure, community services with the growth. The other layer, of course, is transit. We brought forward the transit network plan because we saw that as a critical piece of the missing puzzle as well.
I'll just bring up one example, and not meant to be critical, because I don't think any department has been able to keep pace with the demand in some areas, including the North York Centre. But to take childcare as an example, with each new building that goes up, we become more deficient, and there just is not anything resembling sufficient childcare in the area to accommodate the families that are moving into the condos. And I'm finding that unless the councillor sort of initiates those discussions as part of the planning review, it really doesn't happen. And it's because people are focused on, staff are focused on so many other things, including preparing for an OMB hearing, which is where we often end up. But I think that's just an example of where we're not keeping pace, and I haven't seen a strategy to have us keep pace because we're so busy just trying to keep up with the incredible volume.
Through the chair, in some ways that would be a question for Child Services, and with respect to their strategic plan for expanding services across the city. But it's absolutely something that we can connect with them on Child Services, it's important to know, has been very involved in collaborating with us on the Growing Up Vertical Guidelines and has shaped those guidelines as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, I got a couple of questions. You say growth is going where we want it to go, but how many of the applications that we receive are official plan amendments?
Through you, I don't know that number offhand, but I would suspect a pretty significant number of them are. Once we have a new secondary plan for the downtown in place in Midtown, that will change.
Right, but right now, we have a tremendous number of the applications that aren't rezoning. They're official plan amendments, so the fact that development's going where we would like it to go, it's still not following our official plan, and we're behind that. You had in here investments in infrastructure, which is what my colleague, Councillor Filling, was asked about. What actual plan do we have in place now to invest in the infrastructure that's required when an application comes in? Because my understanding Parks is working on, our water, wastewater is looking at theirs. Am I correct that we're playing catch-up?
Yes, we are playing catch-up. Also, just to your previous question, in 2016, we had 29 official plan amendments.
The numbers that you have in the report here, which I'm trying to get to, you've got that one that we referred to, the 100 and, if you can put the slide up, the 123,710. But it's an individual slide on table 7.
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't hear your question.
The slide, can you put up table 7? Proposed residential units and active projects by stage. You had it up before.
Through you, we don't have that slide, but that number is part of the slide that is on the screen right now. It's
I
the
thought
middle blue
before,
number.
because it showed delegated council approval, permit applications, issuance of a permit, and work started. If I go through that, then there's work started is 39,000, permits, issuance of permits is 11,000, permit applications are 24. So the balance that are left is 49,000 of delegated or council approval. So those are ones that can't go under construction until we finish our work, whether they've asked for them or not. The balance of the units then that are out there, the 70,000 units, would be units that are most likely sold or almost all sold because people don't go to development until then. So we've really got 49,000 units waiting for either work for ourselves or an application to come forward?
Through you, we don't know how many of those units have proceeded to be sold. We don't know how many have proceeded to be built. That's not data that we have, so I don't think the conclusion would follow. I think it's important to take the data on the face of it, what it is, what we see here.
Sorry.
We don't actually show number of units sold.
Page 3, 4, and 5, I mean, applications for permits, and work started. No one builds them without having sold at least 80% in the city. Let me take you over to your chart, which you had up table 1. If you could help me with that. That was dwelling completions, Greater Toronto Area. Can you put that up? Because I'm asking things that nobody knows what I'm asking about.
We don't have that as a slide.
I don't even know all of what I'm asking about. That's why I'm asking it.
Everyone should have the booklet. It's on page 3.
Yeah, but everybody else doesn't around here, so, and my colleagues don't all have the booklet, sorry.
Okay. Can you put it? There you go. It's
So you've got a number of there of 84,343 of completions by CMHC, but that doesn't include the rentals. Is there a reason why we don't include the rental units in that? Because that brings it up to 90,664.
Through the chair, these are CMHC completions of dwelling units of all tenure, so it does include rentals as well in these
Not,
numbers.
we took the chart from them, and it doesn't include the rentals. There is 6,321 rental units. I was wondering why that's not the same number. And then can the clerk put up a chart and I can ask my question on it? Because it comes to the number of units that are available for people. I held my own time. So I took your column on the left as the approved residential units over the last 5 years, 104,769. I go to the completed units by CMHC, it's 90,654, plus there's 41,000 units that are under construction. So it appears we have either constructed or under construction 131,864 units. And I'm wondering why we're not capturing the information of what's really happening in the city when we look at this. Because that's contrary to really what I'm getting as a response in that Table 7.
Through the chair, CMHC uses their own methodology for how they count starts and completions. They carry out a starts and completions survey where they go and inspect individual buildings and record their own statistics and their own timing with respect to those. So their numbers are per their process. The numbers that we're producing are per the applications flowing through the development approvals process and the building permits that relate to them. So the timing for the different stages of approval are somewhat different. We also...
Yeah, but I'm simply trying to find out over 5 years how many units are either in construction or actually are completed construction or under construction. Because it goes back to the Table 7, the delegated and council approval, the 40,000 some odd units. That's about the same number that they've always got in work.
Mr. Chair, we've been approving building permits and having them start and having them complete and initial the final clearances on those building permits on an average of 15,000 units a year. That's basically the number. It's been up and down a little bit, but that's the average that we've seen here in the city of Toronto with real units occupied.
Okay, one final question if I can. The policies that we're talking about getting in place for the larger units, the childcare, the parks and all that, we're working on that, like you've worked on that on Midtown and Focus, and that's what's coming up in the report. But are there, am I correct, you're working on that now?
Yes,
So
yes.
when will we actually have policies that you'll be presenting to us?
Through you, and I will have Anne Marie answer this in more detail, but there is an alignment between the guidelines that you see here today and the work in TO Core and the work in Midtown and Focus. So the work that we're recommending here, we recommend 25% to be larger units. That is aligned with the work that's being undertaken in those other secondary plan areas.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We are looking at implementing the 25% through the secondary plans that are underway. I believe the Portlands has a policy, which is before you today, that reflects the work from the Growing Up, and we will for sure be including that in the TO Core draft secondary plan that will be before the committee in September, and the draft secondary plan that we're preparing for Yonge Eglinton, hopefully by the end of this year. So we're informing those growth areas, and then when we also proceed with other future studies like Golden Mile, ConsumersNext, Don Mills Crossing, Keel Finch, we'll also be implementing through those areas as well in terms of secondary plans.
Thank you. Speakers. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only need to speak to the third. I'm
Councillor
prepared to.
Carroll, sorry to stop you for a minute. My colleague asked, and yes, we're speaking to all three together if we can.
And my comments are primarily about the third report, the growing up report. This is a really welcome set of guidelines for me. My questions were about what I hope they will further monitor with respect to that demisable unit wall. My feeling is it's great to develop guidelines that actually we kind of see the development community moving towards anyway. Initially, we asked for family units. We had our hilarious debate about downtown development, where the Twitter address of downtown Little Ginny was born. So it's been going on for that many years now. And initially, what it led to was some really kick-ass penthouses. But that's not family housing, that's condos for rich people. Guidelines that talk about centering it on the lower floors, because that's much more rational if you're trying to use those 3-bedroom units to be true family housing. I think sometimes if people move in looking for a family unit because they're about to start a family, they don't even know they're going to want to be in the bottom 10 floors. But you sure do once you have 2 toddlers. But the demisable wall, I think, speaks to the difference between when we develop guidelines and when the development community thinks about what their own profit-making guidelines are. We know that they do a little bit of future thinking. It takes so long to build a building that their demographic studies have to be who will be buying this unit 5 to 10 years out, because that's roughly when they're actually going to be up for sale, from when you buy a property and go through the process. So they're very good at looking at 5 to 10 year demographics. But if we look at the growth plan, looking at 30 years, I think we have to be thinking 30 years out, and we have to have a constant handle on longer term demographics. In the guidelines, they did actually do a little bit of sort of polling where they had the opportunity, where they were visiting with condo dwellers and focus grouping. They did ask, are you staying here? Is your family growing? Would you ever buy the 1-bedroom beside you, knock the wall out and stay here? Lots of people are intent on staying downtown if they're having families. But right now, I think it's really hard for people to wrap their head around the fact that one day there will simply be no more single-family ground-level dwellings for people that are affordable. None, zero, except for a long, long way out of town. And so I really think we have to look at 30 years from now. If there are enough young and single people to populate all the 600 square foot or 561 square foot 1-bedrooms, right now, that's great. But if we don't make those flexible, not just the large 1-bedrooms or the 2-bedrooms flexible, if we don't make somehow build flexibility in through requirement, we're going to have a problem further on down the road. So I think the things that really match the near future market, those are easy to talk to developers about, because that's what they want to do anyway. They want to make sure that a decade from now, if it takes them that long to build, they'll be able to sell all the units. The things that we need because of 30 years from now are the things I think we have to require. We can't just have guidelines and talk about them. We have to require. But the answer I got was that will continue to be monitored, and I think somewhere in the near future, we will begin to realize that in Manhattan, that's how the city continued to grow, is people began to bang the walls out of units because they wanted to stay in Murray Hill or Gramercy Park or wherever. But the answer gives me confidence for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do I have other members of committee that wanted to speak, or non-members? Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
I'll just say that having the 3 reports condensed, and actually I felt like not enough time to really have an incredible discussion, and the amount of work that's been done by the planning department is really considerable. And I'm thinking I'll ask the chair of our community council to have this same presentation there at some point, because of the intense growth in the downtown, the waterfront area, the plans, our interest in amenities, our interest in affordable housing. And I think this is a really good conversation, not just at this committee, which doesn't have everybody on it, but actually at the community councils to see the direction, the thought, and then being able to look at some of our development applications and what more we might want to include. What's our goal? What's our aspiration for developing areas, for areas that are under intense development, for areas that are on the avenues and developing? And in particular, I'm very excited to see planning for children and new vertical communities. Just in general, I think this is a great document and be very, very good for, we're talking about building out the Portlands and particularly Villiers Island, that as we've mentioned, sometimes we're ahead, developers ahead. How do we get the balance? These are how we would achieve the balance of creating holistic neighborhoods. So I think it's great. I am really shocked to see some of the number of units that are here, like King Spadina with 28,000 units. That is unclear where they're all going to go. I'm sure someone has figured that out. And other areas know the intensification along Yonge and Eglinton, and indeed out on Sheppard Avenue, quite an intensification process out there. So putting it all together for the big picture is great. And I just want to thank the chief planner, wherever she went, there she is over there behind Councillor Campbell, and her team for putting this together in the sequence of the 3 reports. And of course, always under the leadership of our fantastic Deputy City Manager. I just want to comment on one little thing which I had asked about the existing neighborhoods, because this is really focusing on 28,000 new, the areas of big growth. And looking at our existing avenues, where there's intensification, generally there's existing single-family homes in those areas. It's not developing a Liberty Village or developing a West Don Lands from scratch. These are existing neighborhoods. And the issue of how to make planning for children and new vertical communities, making sure that we have existing amenities that are in place and that are refreshed if necessary, newly built if possible. I do think that will be hard given the amount of growth to look at brand new amenities and facilities in existing neighborhoods. So I do think we have to really and truly look after the ones that we have a little more carefully. And I just want to talk about the shared use of schools, which has been something that I've been involved in for many, many years. And unfortunately, amalgamation upset that a tiny bit as to that close-knit community relationship between the school board and the city, all of the school boards actually in the former cities, that had facilities that were jointly used by the city and the board and the community. And I know Ms. Nazar was involved, as I was, in Harbourfront Community Centre, childcare, school. It's quite an incredible hub. And when we're discussing hubs, I don't know if we've talked a lot about them in here, but we know that that's something that the provincial government and the city is very committed to as hubs. I think we also need to be looking at not where the new hubs are and how we're going to create new hubs. Where are our existing hubs that we need to make stronger and ensure that they're not being peeled apart? So I think the thoughtfulness of this, it's very timely, and how to be thoughtful about amenities, about childcare, about rec centers, about swimming pools, and make sure that in areas of growth that we're keeping them strong. So that's why I have a motion at Toronto and East York Community Council looking at recreation and pool services in existing neighborhoods and make sure we have a policy that protects them as well as in the high growth areas.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any members of committee that wish to speak? So I'll make a few comments. If I could have a motion, first of all. Can staff put it up on the screen? And I'm going to start backwards. I'm going to start with item 21.3, which is a fantastic report. It's extremely well done. I was very impressed when staff came in to brief me on it and all the work that they've done to try and get this a better planned city for children in vertical communities. And this is a request of the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, and GM Children's Services to advance the 10-year childcare growth strategy by prioritizing space for non-profit licensed childcare facilities and new developments as part of the city's capital budget or as a Section 37 community benefit. Bottom line, let's try and get childcare into these buildings as we build them, because we're not creating the space for it now. So let's see what we can do with that. The report itself tries to identify the needs and the problems that are out there, and it does a great job of it. And to have these type of guidelines out and put them out for consultation now, I'm glad we're here. The second report we had in front of us was how does the city grow? And in fact, the numbers that I found show that we are growing, and we actually have constructed or under construction 131,000 units in the city in the last 5 years. And everybody has seen the impact of that when they try and get on a streetcar, when they try and get on a subway, they try and drive a car in the city. We're well ahead of what any of the projections were be. And that's my concern, because then we come up to the fact that our official plan doesn't call at this time for this much development in these areas. It doesn't have the guidelines that are necessary in place for North York City Centre, for King Spadina, for Yonge and Eglinton. We are well behind in these areas. We don't have the transportation infrastructure. We're not building complete communities there because we don't have the plans in place. And we're getting all kinds of appeals. And with those appeals, you've got ones like the Erskine Avenue one, which was a settlement, not a really good settlement. We have 90 Eglinton Avenue, which will be debated at the next council meeting, which is the best we could do with that application, and the local councillor doesn't support it, but staff did. King Spadina, my colleague down there, talks about how he's busting at the seams. So the statistics that I have from last year, hearings by type and outcomes at the Ontario Municipal Board, is OPA and rezonings. 101 files were there. Withdrawn were 2. 11 we won. The rest were either losses or settlements. Losses or settlements mean that our official plan is not being upheld at the board, and/or it means that our plan isn't good enough to deal with the development. So although we get the reports here that say everything's moving, it's not. We are in disarray because the city doesn't have control over the process. We know that, OMB reform, but part of it is we don't have the policies in place. We're still working on them. And even once we get them approved by council, they're appealed to the board, and we don't have them in place at the board. And that is the frustration that I think our staff are feeling when they review applications, that our communities are feeling, that everyone's feeling. We have lost the control over what's being developed here because our policies aren't in place, because the official plans don't dictate what should be built, because building heights are going greater than they should be. Yonge Eglinton was an example on Erskine Avenue where we approved a building higher than anything else. By the time they went to construction, everybody else was bigger. So they went back and went to the Committee of Adjustment to get theirs bigger too. And they got it. But you can't move in that community now, and it's not even half built. So the reports are great to show the information, but in fact, we need to understand in these reports all that information that's out there to better understand what's really happening, and not just put on the pretty side that looks like we're managing, but also put on the sides where we're having difficulties and we're not managing as well. Because I'll tell you, none of you go out to community meetings over a development application and if people sit down at that first meeting and say, great, that's just what I want. I haven't seen it once. So I move the motion that we have on the third item, because I'm trying to be sure we have childcare. I support the policies. I appreciate all the good work that all of our divisions are doing and how hard they are trying to cope with what's in front of us. But also look to have a little bit more clarity in the numbers that are out there, because the industry continues to complain that we don't approve units fast enough. And they're right, because everything that's out there is under construction, with the fact of a few that we're waiting for permits. The 49,000 they can't build. The rest they're going out and building. And yet I don't want them to get approval for developments that we might not want. And that's the problem that we're kind of facing, that we have to get under better control. So thank you, staff, for all your hard work. I have the motion. I will do now what I'm told to do by the clerk, because she's my boss. So adopt the recommendations in item number 1 in the staff report. Moved by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 2. Adopt the recommendation in the staff report to receive the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I have an amendment on item number 3. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for the help in this. So we are at 11 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock, item 6. Okay. Item number 6. We have a speaker for that. That is the Dufferin-Wilson Regeneration Area Study, Official Plan Amendment, Final Report. And I have Mr. John Dawson from McCartry Tetrons. Where's Mr. Dawson? There he is. Mr. Dawson, you've been here before. So you know you've got 5 minutes. If we have questions, we'll ask you after.
Yes. Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here today on behalf of Diamond Investments Limited. They're the owners pursuant to an agreement of purchase and sale of 3621 Dufferin Street, which is the southwest corner of Billy Bishop and Dufferin within the area of the proposed official plan amendment. As is set out in the staff report in front of you, the precinct is subject to an interim control bylaw. I suggest to the committee that Diamond's application was in fact the proximate cause of the interim control bylaw.
Sorry, Mr. Dawson, hold on 1 second. Can I just get it to quiet down the room a bit, please? Councillor? Councillor, can I just get it quiet down? Mr. Dawson, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Diamond has in fact appealed the interim control bylaw. With that procedural background, I'd like to move to what the issue that my client has. It's common between the interim control bylaw and the draft official plan amendment that's in front of you. Diamond is seeking to establish its business at 3621 Dufferin Street. Diamond's business involves a specific mix and form of uses. It includes a self-storage warehouse, it includes retail at grade, and it includes office and office support facilities. But both the interim control bylaw and the draft official plan amendment, which is the subject of the report, prohibit the self-storage component. I'm going to ask you to take a moment to understand the Diamond business. Right now, Diamond has 6 properties under contract in Toronto. They want to invest in this city. Now, a typical self-storage unit is a single use, a single story, and it's got multiple loading doors to the exterior. Diamond, however, has contextual architecture. It can fit into any mixed-use area. It's multi-story. It has retail at grade. and it includes, importantly, an office and office support function. What I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right, is I've got some images here that I'd like to...
Put on the overhead screen, we can turn it on for you.
Sure. So the first image, this was Diamond's current application as it applies to the subject property. But to give you a sense of the Diamond business, I'd like to show you another proposal that's underway in the city of Brampton. I'd like to show you some existing facilities from the city of Ottawa. First, a multi-story building. And I put this image on the screen so you can see the side of the building. These are not front-loaded. They're what I'll call mixed-use architecture, 360 degrees. Another example of Diamond architecture, again from Ottawa, you can see the retail at grade wrapping the entire typical mixed-use avenue-type infrastructure office uses above. And finally, to get a sense of how loading works, which is often the issue in terms of a self-storage warehouse, this is the loading at actual Diamond facility. And here is loading at another existing Diamond facility. It is completely internal. It does not have spillover effects. It is not a scrap metal business being run out of a self-storage warehouse. Now, Diamond hopes that by better understanding its business, the blanket prohibition against the self-storage use that's found in the interim control bylaw and found in the OPA in front of you can be seen to be too broad. Ultimately, Diamond would like to work with the city, achieve the objectives for the public realm that's set out in the staff report that's contemplated by the draft official plan amendment. However, as I sit here right now, with the interim control bylaw in place, Diamond's compelled to rely on its as-of-right permissions, which are not consistent with the objectives. So right now, it's compelled to object not only to the prohibition on uses, but to the road network, the design guideline requirements, the implementation, how the roads are to be achieved. These are all matters that, were we able to work together, should be capable of resolution.
I have to get you to sum up, Mr. Dawson.
Certainly, sir. Given the procedural morass created by the interim control bylaw, quite frankly, I have to leave it to this committee to determine how we can move forward with these objectives. We'd like to work with you, but right now, we're in this box. I'm on record with the objections, but I would request that this committee consider what I've said, consult with the city solicitor as is possible on how to move this forward procedurally, and those are my submissions, sir.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant by non-committee members? By committee members, Councillor Campbell.
So the units that the facility that you would like to build, it's self-storage plus what?
Plus retail at grade and office uses integrated at grade and above grade.
How much office?
On this particular site, up to 20,000 square feet.
How many offices is that? I mean, I guess it depends on the size of the office.
Well, sir, it would depend on.
Would that be the entire second floor? So retail at grade, would the entire second floor be offices?
Well, sir, if we moved forward, I can't answer that right now, because if we moved forward to get the city the road that it's looking for, which my client's prepared to consider, what you would end up with is a taller building than is currently shown in the image that I showed you, still within the height limits contemplated by the draft OPA that's in front of you, but we would have to determine what the template, the building footprint would be as we work through the site plan issues that deal with the public realm objectives.
So is it safe to assume that one of the reasons for the objection to self-storage is that it generally doesn't create employment or provide employment opportunities?
Sir, that would be, that's not clear actually on the face of these documents, because on these documents, the city's position has been that either gross floor area or jobs could be looked at. So there is actually a premium simply on providing the space as non-residential. However, in addressing that objective, the client is prepared to deal with office use on the site and be specific about that.
Okay.
It is part of their business model in any event.
Right. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Councillor Perks, questions? I had some too, but go first.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand the context. So we have in front of us an area study.
Yes.
There was an interim control bylaw passed. Your
Yes.
client is appealing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that's a separate process from what we're doing today.
Yes, it is. It's simply, the reason I raised it is because it puts procedural questions into play, and one of the issues is identical. The interim control bylaw would prohibit the self-storage warehouse use, and the draft official plan amendment that in front of you also prohibits, would propose to prohibit the self-storage use.
Can you point to me where it does that?
Yes, sir, if you give me a moment. Sir, I don't know if my pagination is the same as yours. The staff report for action that I printed out, you can see at the bottom of page 40, it indicates the following uses are prohibited throughout the Dufferin-Wilson area. And then at the top of page 41, Roman numeral 3, self-storage warehouse within the mixed-use areas designation. So that component of the use, which is integral to my client's business, is prohibited, which effectively prohibits the business.
Right, but this is, I think you're missing something here. But this is a supplementary report. This isn't the original report. All this supplementary report does is amend public realm and pedestrian, cycling, and transit aspects, right? These are the recommendations that are in front of us today.
We also have the recommendations in the main report as well.
Sir, I'm looking at the draft official plan amendment that would form part of the directions report. Ultimately, the goal here is for a comprehensive site and area specific
I understand that.
policy.
Thank you.
So I believe those matters should be.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
So, Mr. Dawson, the location your staff, or your client has, the building you want, would it still fit the road network that's being proposed?
If we work together, it can. If we
Well, it
have to
doesn't
rely,
at
if we
present.
have to rely on the as of right, it can't.
Okay, so in the plan that's in front of us, that's recommended by staff, it would not, the road network would be going through the proposed building that,
Right now, because as I said, my client has to rely on the as of right.
and what's the height of the building that your client is proposing?
I don't know it in meters, sir. It's a 2-meter,
Story.
two-story. It's a 2-story building. And
How much
that's
of that, how much of that would be storage, percentage-wise?
well, at this point, sir, I would have to. I can't give you that breakdown, sir. There'd be retail at grade. We're proposing 20,000 meters. It's approximately, one moment.
I won't keep you to the exact percentage, but is it 20%, 10%, 50%?
Let me just get So the percentages roughly would be 25% retail. The balance would be the mix of office and self-storage warehouse. So that would be slightly over 60% self-storage warehouse, 65.
In regards to your particular application, what discussions have you had with the planning staff in the North Division about making amendments to permit the road network and adjusting the building and possibly the amount of storage space in a percentage?
We had a meeting with the senior planner on the file approximately 5 to 6 weeks ago, and we had a meeting with the director, Mr. Nanos, yesterday.
Was this discussed, the opportunity to change it to support the road network, to possibly amend the percentage of storage compared to other uses?
Sir, I would invite you to consult your staff. The meeting was attended by City Council. And
I will, but
was specifically identified as without prejudice. So I'm not able to say what the content of that meeting was. I'm a lawyer, sir. I'm stuck with that. But I will consent if Mr. Nanos wants to tell you. I'm happy to consent to waiving privilege for my client.
Okay, thank you. That's what I have to hear. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions of yourself. No other member does. Thank you. So, Mr. Nanos, my understanding is that we're trying to make this a much better quadrant to have multiple mixed uses, that there are spaces that storage might fit, there are spaces that it might not, that the road pattern that's proposed doesn't meet with the applicant's desires at the moment in time. Was there discussion about finding a way to accommodate some self-storage in the area but still meet the policies and objectives that you want to? And are there opportunities to do that if we ask you to meet further between now and council?
Mr. Chair, you're correct. The current application that's before us, the site plan application that was submitted, is at odds with the objectives of the vision that's being presented today for the Dufferin-Wilson area, in particular as it relates to creating the new, more intensive mixed-use community that creates employment. And in particular, as you mentioned, it intersects and straddles the public road, north-south public road that we're proposing. So as it stands now, it's in conflict with the vision that we're presenting. However, we, through deliberations with Diamond and others, have suggested alternative locations where a self-storage would be appropriate. In particular, the plan before you has two designations. North of Billy Bishop is a mixed-use designation, which the draft OPA has a list of uses that we're proposing to be prohibited, including self-storage. But south of Billy Bishop, the lands and adjacent lands to the 4-1 are designated employment in the plan before you, where self-storage would be allowed. So we have been directing prospective proponents for self-storage to that parcel of land as an appropriate location. Having said that, Mr. Dawson did mention that we did meet yesterday without prejudice meeting. I can't disclose the details of that, but in general, in terms of meeting the objectives of the plan, if we're presented with a plan that is revised that meets the objectives of the plan, in particular not conflicting with the north-south road, and secondly, presenting a package of land uses, including employment uses, in particular office uses. We then would consider that and see if it would fit in with the plan and subject to perhaps modifications. But we can't make that deliberation until we see a plan and we haven't been presented with that plan. But we're open to having those discussions.
So if I was going to look at a building that had mixed uses in it, some storage and some other, is there a goal that you'd like to achieve as a max amount of mix of storage?
I would couch it the other way. I would say that the primary uses that we're trying to achieve are employment. So if it was in a combined sort of project where it wasn't the primary use, then perhaps we would give it some due consideration. But generally, as a freestanding type of use, it's something that we're proposing that be prohibited in the mixed-use designation because we don't feel it meets the objectives of the vision that's before you.
And the last question I have is the other piece of land that's to the south of Billy Bishop, is it owned by the same parties or different parties?
I believe Diamond has a offer to purchase on lands owned by H&R. I believe the lands south of Billy Bishop are also owned on by H&R, but have a long-term lease to a third party.
So if it has a long-term lease, how can someone build on it?
That's between that's a discussion between the owner, the holder of the lease, and a prospective purchaser.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? I would like to, and I haven't given it to clerks, but I'd like to have a motion to ask staff to continue discussions with the applicant as of opportunities to settle the matter to permit some, and I would use the word some, storage, self-storage within the area, and have that, if there is any recommendations or agreement, have that come to the council meeting with us. And my apologies to members, I didn't draft it, so I'm... And we can write it and come on. And I'm moving that because I'd rather look, the question of me was, have I spoken to the local councillor? No, I haven't in this regard. There may be objectives that are different there. I'd like her to be involved in the discussions, of course, with it, but we currently have an appeal. We have it at the board, and we're not agreeing on a road network. So I don't know if we're better off just to go through with our plans to the board and fight it out, or whether we're better to find some accommodation if this particular building could set a standard for the way that you might like to see the area built out if another application came in that might still facilitate some of their use, and or they still have the opportunity to go to the other site, which is there if they can work an agreement with the current landowner. I'm not been party to this. And I would hold this down after, for the motion itself, the clerk has asked me, so we could write it up. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
So the point of order is that you seem to have varied the procedures because the deputy is still in his seat and you...
We finished with him.
We did?
Yeah, you can get out of here, John.
I didn't realize you had called for questions of staff.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, I missed that. All right, so...
You were,
I won't ask...
You were chatting away and I didn't say, oh, you're not listening.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
But I will be more than glad to allow.
I would like to ask.
I just said, are there any other questions as well?
Okay. So my question to staff is there has staff given consideration to under what circumstances a mixed use format that would include a certain amount of office and retail would be acceptable combined with storage? So basically, it's basically asking the question before Councillor Shiner's motion comes, if staff has considered whether or not, there's an acceptable level of appropriate mix.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, we don't have a specific breakdown of a percentage at this point because we view self-storage as being in non-compliant with the vision before you. So, and we're actually proposing that among other uses that are not pedestrian-friendly or encourage transit use, auto-oriented uses. So if you turn to the draft OPA, you'll note there are other uses that are being prohibited, such as new auto-oriented developments, such as drive-through establishments, standalone commercial parking lots, and self-storage warehouses. So these are the type of uses that are not conducive with creating a more urban environment that is being proposed here in proximity to the Wilson subway station, which is close by. So for us to say here today that we are entertaining a self-storage facility would be at odds with this vision. But having said that, again, as I said earlier, in combination and ancillary to a mixed-use project that is employment-intensive, has a friendly streetscape, does not conflict with the north-south road, we would give it due consideration. But we'd have to see that, and it'd have to be presented. So it would have to be not the primary use, but more of an ancillary use to the overall project.
Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, haven't finished wording the motion. Did you want to speak, Councillor? So do I. I'm just trying to figure it out. Shall we go on to the next item, and then I'll put it back up, and I'll try and get the wording right for it? We have, what's next, Madam Clerk? So we have an 11:30. Item number 7, PG 21.7, 25 Audley Street Official Plan Amendment Refusal Report. There's 2 speakers that I have noted for it. The first speaker is Harry, is it O'Soren? Am I close? O'Soren? You have 5 minutes. We're here to listen to you. If there's questions, the committee will bring it up after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Harry O'Soren. I'm with the Mimico Lakeshore Community Network, which is an umbrella group of 7 community groups. And our role is to encourage the voice of residents in the planning process, and that has been fairly actively involved over the last few years. Our purpose is not to oppose any renewal or redevelopment or revitalization, but rather to create healthy community and to be actively involved in the planning process. This proposal before you on 25 Audley and the subsequent 123 Buckingham, they're twin proposals. We have really major concerns about this. The Mimico-Judson plan, secondary plan, is in place and it's under appeal. It involved much work and many dollars, and involved citizens and planners and businesses, including developers and many stakeholders. And I think that what we have before us is something that is completely not in sync with the secondary plan that was created with so much hard work. It's this proposal before you is disrespectful of the secondary plan and the investment of people. It proposes an egregious overdevelopment that mocks the secondary plan, and frankly, it feels like an insult really to the whole process of planning in our community. So we support the Chief Planner's recommendation to refuse the application, and we urge the city to only consider a proposal that conforms with the secondary plan, not just to be in keeping with roughly, we do not want this to become the basis for negotiating yet more development, but the secondary plan should be honored. These proposals are driven by greed and self-interest, and what we are looking for is a vision and a desire for a healthy community and a livable city that works and that lives and that plays. These proposals would have the city really allow growth and explosion of population beyond our ability to manage it. And it is your responsibility as the Planning and Growth Committee to recommend to Council that growth must be managed through participatory planning involving all the stakeholders and not just the development industry and its friends. So we would really urge you to require that these applications be refused, as was the recommendation of the Chief Planner, and that they conform to the secondary plan that is in place by the city but is under appeal at the OMB. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. The next deputant we have is David McKay. Mr. McKay, you get 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Questions
members
I'll
of
be
the
asked
committee.
after.
My name is David McKay. I am the
Aye. That's
McKay,
too wrong
McKay,
for me
it is what
today,
it
that's
is.
okay.
I am the planning consultant for both applications before you. I'm not going to delve into details of the reports. We've reviewed them. We understand the comments and concerns raised by staff. We have been, our clients have been involved with the Mimico secondary plan process for the last number of years. The applications were to assist in setting a vision for our clients' lands. We did raise a number of concerns with the secondary plan through that process, and our clients are appellants to the secondary plan and part of the Ontario Municipal Board process. We think that there is some commonality in terms of interests that can be achieved, and we're quite open to continue the discussions with staff on an ongoing basis. And whether or not there's a decision here today to refuse the applications or not, for example, there is a public meeting scheduled for next week, the 7th, which we are going to continue to have and to obviously continue to meet with staff through the Ontario Municipal Board process for the secondary plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not going to get into any further details on the merits of the report or the reports.
Any questions of the deputant? I have one. The public meeting next week is being held by whom?
It's being, it was organized by planning staff as the open house through the process. So I guess because of the timing of getting a report to council before the statutory period that our clients can appeal their application, I believe staff wanted to get this report, these reports in front of committee and to council so that there was a decision on the merits of the applications. So unfortunately, we are holding, it's kind of backwards in terms of how we're dealing with this because we're not getting the public input, full public input in terms of the actual applications before decisions being made by council.
Thank you. And one last question. Do you want to speak again on 23 Buckingham, or are you okay?
No, I'm okay. I did.
You're
My comments are
representing
for both.
in your comments.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Do you have any comment on the report finding about the shadow impacts on the neighborhood? That, basically from 20 after 9 in the morning till, for the balance of the day, the building's going to, cast shadows on the neighborhood?
They're not going to cast shadows on the balance of the day. After a certain time period, they do pass over the front yards. That is one item, for example, that when we did meet with staff previously, when they raised these concerns, that we can make adjustments to the plans to address those comments, both shadowing on the park as well as on the neighborhood to minimize those impacts. So that's one item, for example, that we can work together with staff to address those matters. The other item, for example, that we're working with staff is on the park location. Our clients have proposed pieces of their property to be dedicated for parkland, and we're suggesting that could be combined with the adjacent development by Freed in some manner. And so again, we're working with staff in that regard. But again, there are adjustments that could be made to the built form to meet a number of the objectives of the secondary plan and still be in keeping with the intentions of the growth plan for major transit areas.
So this building's proposed at 26 stories, correct?
We have, there are three buildings. There are two high-rise buildings on 23 Buckingham, which are 28 and 24, and one that is 26 on 25 Audley.
So, and what's common to the immediate area there in terms of building heights?
Today, there is low-rise residential to the north, There is approvals for high-rise developments to the south.
To the south of the QEW?
No, to the south of Newcastle.
Oh, so
There's a 30-story
south
tower
of Newcastle.
that's approved in the secondary plan to the immediate south, walking distance from the site. There's another building.
The 30-story building received approval from the Interim Municipal Board or City?
No, my understanding is that it was approved, it was recommended and approved in the secondary plan as it is before the board today and was approved by council.
But north of the railroad tracks,
Yes.
the area is mostly low-rise residential.
North of Portland, it is, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? The deputant. Seeing other? None, we'll bring it.
Thank you.
In. Thank you very much. I don't have any other deputants. Any questions from non-members of committee? Councillor Carroll, questions of staff.
Yes, so I'm just getting to this point, because I didn't have my own item is about 300 pages long, so I haven't read this one in full. So tell me what happens here, because it's similar to an area in my own area that's about to go through secondary planning exercise. We adopted a secondary plan here while it's in appeal. In order for our case to defend our secondary plan to be successful, we really have to adhere to it in any applications that would come up during the appeal. Is that not the case?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be correct, and that's why you have the recommendations in front of you. And just to reiterate what Mr. Mackay said, we have the entire secondary plan under appeal. There are 11 separate appellants of the secondary plan who have different issues in different locations. It will take some time to sort that out. But yes, so this is the consistency of the position that we're taking on individual applications. If proponents bring forward applications in the secondary plan that are compliant with City Council's vision in that secondary plan, we would take it a different tact. But because these the two that are before you today and the one from about 2 months ago, the Freed application, are significant divergence from the secondary plan that Council approved, we bring forward a quick recommendation report. We fully anticipate that any appeals of these applications would be consolidated with the appeal of the secondary plan at the municipal board.
Right. And refresh my memory, that secondary plan said mid-rise only, but in this part of it, was there any contemplation of mixed use or in this site, because there's commercial on either side of it, this particular site would not be recommended for mixed use. Am I remembering that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, that's not quite right. In fact, there is a requirement for a component of non-residential uses on both of the properties that are before you today. Neither of the applications meet those requirements. That's one of the area of rub we have with the applications. In addition to the size of the buildings themselves, some of the parkland location issues that we have to address as well.
But you would have contemplated some residential if they had met the non-residential requirement and met the mid-rise guidelines?
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, it's not in the mid-rise design guidelines. We did a design guideline exercise for the secondary plan itself. So we have design guidelines with the secondary plan. So, but it takes a lot of the same ideas and the same notions that come through that. So yes, the answer is, we recommend to council in this particular location, and council approved a mid-rise built form on the property in towards the center of the property, which was farther away from the low-density residential to the north, in addition to the requirement that a certain component of non-residential has to be provided at the same time.
Okay, I remember now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from non-members of committee? Councillor Campbell, any questions of staff? Just wanted to be sure I don't get myself in trouble here. Any other members of committee have questions? I have one then of staff. It's a regeneration area. So in some regeneration areas, you look for changing some of the uses. This is an application that doesn't fit your vision for the area. Is it just too big, too much, not comprehensive in its nature with what else is happening there, or what that has I'm trying to summarize it in that 60 seconds or less, why in some regenerations you do look at putting in residential use, and in this particular request you're not.
With all due respect, it's not about the use. It's about the built form of the use. So the portion of use that's at challenge with these applications is the non-residential component. There's not enough residential component. In the secondary plan, we required for mid-rise buildings a 0.5 commercial component. Both of these applications are proposing significantly less than that. So technically, you're right, Councillor, right now, because the secondary plan is under appeal, it's a regeneration area. So if anybody walks in the door today and says, what is the official plan designation? It's regeneration. That came through OPA 231. But council, through the secondary plan, redesignated it to a mixed use in this location with certain height, setback, building requirements, and non-residential requirements, which neither of these applications meet.
This building is how tall?
They're proposing, as Mr. Mackay said, the two of them, which are sort of work together, which is why we have them consecutively on the agenda, have building heights ranging from 20. There are three larger towers, 24, 26, and 28 stories. The secondary plan provides for a maximum of 12, if memory serves, on this sort of center of the block.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you want to say why you weren't supporting it?
I think that's good enough. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. No other questions of staff. We bring it into committee. Is there a member of council that's moving the recommendations? So we have to deal with, and I do have to ask the question still. Mr. Osuran, did you want to speak on the second one as well, or were your comments for both?
Comments that I made are the ones that I would want you to hear. But I also want to say that area is being so intensified.
If you do, I will permit you to. So let me deal with the first item first.
Right.
Okay. So we have PG 21.7. We've had two speakers on that. There are recommendations from staff. They are moved by Councillor DiCiano. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. If you would like to speak again on PG 21.8 Buckingham Street, I understand you're going to be brief. Please go ahead. You are entitled to do that.
The infrastructure in the area, particularly the traffic infrastructure, does not permit that kind of intensive development that is being proposed by several developers in that area. And there's great concern by the residents that Royal York Road cannot carry the traffic that is being generated by all these residents. And so it's really making life in the Mimico area, the Mimico Village area, very difficult for many people. They just can't get out. The lake shore is another problem, of course. We have all this development at Humber Bay Shores. And so together, Mimico is being crowded by all these developments for which the infrastructure is not present. And I think that the secondary plan is the one that tries to say we have to be very cautious about this kind of intensification in the area. And that's all I would like to say.
Thank you very much. No questions of staff on the second one that I see. Speakers on the second item. Councillor DiCiano, you're moving the staff recommendations again? No, Mr. Mackay said he was fine speaking once for both. It was the same thing that he wanted. He's made his perspective, and he wanted those noted as being for both applications. So, motion moved by staff recommendations moved by Councillor DiCiano. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So the next item that we have, I think we're going back to, is item number 21.4 on the Portlands. Councillor Fletcher, I know you wanted to be here for that. You want to be somewhere at 12 o'clock. We have some speakers on it, so I'm going to call for the speakers first and questions of the speakers. I will not finish the item without hearing from you. But we'll start first with the speakers on it. So, John Wilson, West Don Lands Committee.
So this makes sense now. This is which?
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I am co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee, which is a coalition of civil society, residents, and business groups in the very close neighborhood of the Portlands, just west of the Don River. And my comments are referring to, of course, the official plan amendment draft that's before you. In general, we are very supportive of the direction of the official plan amendment that is moving forward, its biodiversity framework, many of its comments on the Villiers Island and other areas of the waterfront in the Portlands area. We're very pleased with the direction it's proceeding. However, in our view, the OPA needs further refinement. In portions of the Portlands where development is anticipated to occur in the coming decades, it is too prescriptive with regard to mixed-use development. The OPA must be flexible enough to provide guidance over a long-term build-out. The West Don Lands Committee and I personally have been involved as public advocates on this file for 20 years. So since 1997, and I understand thoroughly how challenging it is to conceive of the Portlands regeneration as a legacy project to be realized decades in the future. In another 20 years, the social, ecological, environmental, economic, and political conditions under which the Portlands will be developed will be unrecognizable. In particular, the conditions of life-work balance are in great flux. But the trend line is strongly correlated with merging work and home life. There is less and less need to create inviolate employment zones. Toronto's experience with the inclusive planning regime of the two kings should help us understand this fact. And of course, King Parliament is very close to in our area in the West Don Lands. I have a great deal of familiarity there with the dynamism that was achieved there with the inclusive planning regime. The OPA seems to be tying down decisions, the OPA for the Portlands, that is, seems to be tying down decisions on details of the mix between employment and residential uses that are best addressed, in our view, in precinct planning when build-out is imminent. Particularly, we are concerned that we will not get the bang for the buck for the cost of flood protecting the Portlands. The city is asking senior orders of government to commit with us to spending $1.25 billion on naturalizing and flood protecting the Don River mouth. But we fear that the exclusive employment zones anticipated in Media City and Turning Basin and portions of McCleary District will perpetuate Portlands as back-of-house, underutilized lands to be consumed with parking lots, utility structures, material piles, trailers, and equipment storage. In other words, more of what we actually have there now. That's not going to provide adequate return for the investment we are asking from senior orders of government in naturalizing and flood protecting the area. The public consultation on the planning framework for the Portlands has included a full-day charrette and consultants report on the outstanding potential of the ship channel to be a central feature of the Portlands. But the OPA draft pays almost no attention to delivering the potential because the ship channel and the precincts to its north side are being held in perpetuity in their current utility condition. Employment districts around the world are changing as new economies populate post-industrial landscapes. We need to future-proof the Portlands as a place for Toronto to evolve by maintaining a more flexible official plan regime for those areas closest to the city and first to develop, that is, the precincts north of the ship channel and west of the Turning Basin. We totally get it that we will, for the foreseeable future, need to store salt and aggregates in south and east parts of the Portlands. We are not concerned at this time with south of the ship channel or east of the Turning Basin. The time horizon for those areas transforming is very long, although transform they eventually will. But for now, Villiers Island and the northern portions of the McCleary District, the only portions of the Portlands where a mixed use is clearly anticipated, look to be set up as isolated thumbs of urban growth jutted into a large exclusive district that's being held in amber and close to its current condition to fulfill a single-minded economic paradigm that will likely need changing even before the flood protection is complete, and certainly before build-out is complete. We ask you to direct staff to apply inclusive and flexible designations and descriptions to Turning Basin, Media City, River South, and Polson Key districts until such time as precinct planning for those districts proceeds. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just going to add, I know you've been involved for so many years on the renaturalization of the mouth of the Don. And thank you for that. How important is that in order to have any kind of new development for the Portlands?
The renaturalization and flood protection of the Don River mouth is the sine qua non. You can't do a thing there without.
So Unilever depends on that, Villiers depends on that. And how many years have you personally been working on that, John?
I mentioned it's 1997. I looked back through my files. 1997 was the first time I had anything to do at council with that.
At council?
At council.
With the item, and that has been a long time requirement. So do you have any sense if that is something that we can anticipate shortly, or any idea?
I only know what I hear, and what I hear is optimistic, cautiously optimistic, that within a very foreseeable time frame, we will get announcements from all three orders of government. Of course, the city has already committed their funds.
Yeah, we have. Thank you for remembering. We've already committed our $300 or more $1 million now. When you're just looking at all of the Portlands, there are so many players, we'll call them owners down there. The Toronto Port Authority is a significant owner of dock wall, large port. The city owns directly a couple of municipal pieces. TPLC has ownership of many. The province has the Hearn, and as well as all the transmission towers, and the federal government, through the Port Authority, has the Outer Harbor. So there are an awful lot of, and then there's a lot of private ownership as well. So it's probably along the waterfront. Would you say that there's nothing that's been quite as complicated as far as number of owners and size of project?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, the Portlands has been in place since the World War I, and it's got so many layers of what's going on there that it's very difficult to sort out.
So for the original mouth of the Don renaturalization, turned out that a private owner, that'd be Lafarge, didn't agree with the plan and had to go back for refinement, and we changed it again in 2012 from what City Council had approved in 2010. So there are some of these private owners that we can't require them to move and are going to have an impact on the planning. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, and as I mentioned, I'm not really here to talk about moving the aggregates or the salt folks or any of that. I'm really concerned with the proximate areas to the north and west portions.
So I think I'll just clarify with staff questions, just the impact of a Lafarge and some of the other private owners on what our land use what we can do land use-wise at the moment, as long as they're there.
There are certainly limitations, and there have to be negotiations with private landowners who have their rights, obviously.
I think there's certain limitations just as far as what you can actually build, but I will clarify that completely with the staff around particularly cement operations and others that are privately owned and have certain constrictions, I'll call them, for development. Okay, thanks. So thank you very much, I'll just say publicly, for your incredible advocacy for many years and continuing with this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions of the deputant? Yes. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Thank you very much for coming. Councillor Perks.
So, Mr. Chair, on a point of order, I have a little bit of a problem. I've been invited, and I think we all have, to the Pride flag raising for noon. I certainly intend to go, but if I go, you're going to lose quorum. So I'd suggest that we break the meeting now and reconvene at 1:30.
From my understanding, unless Councillor Bilo is here this afternoon, because we won't have a quorum for the meeting. Councillor DeChano is here, I can be here, Councillor Bilo can be here, and yourself. Councillor Campbell has said he can't, and Councillor Fillion seems to have left.
Well, I mean,
Could we check the time the flag's actually going up through clerks, please?
no, that'd be your party.
I know I'm not on your committee. I don't know if people are, sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know if people are being invited there for 12 or if the flag is actually going up at 12 or 12:30. It would be very helpful to know that.
Okay, I'll stay with the meeting as long as I can, but when I hear that
Could we ask
it's time to be up there, I'm going.
Councillor Perks, I understand that.
Yeah.
We have quorum.
I would hope that all the other members of the committee would too.
We have quorum problems in the past, and we may have them again today, which is our last meeting before the last meeting of council. So you're here, I understand, and my colleagues are here, but if there's any way Councillor Campbell can stay this afternoon, it's appreciated. So we have another speaker on this item. Sarah Caronell from our Toronto Film, Television, and Digital Media. Sarah, you're here?
I am.
You can speak until we cut you off for flag rising or 5 minutes comes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak to you today. As one of the founding members of the Toronto Film, Television, and now Digital Media Board, it's my pleasure to come and speak to you when we have good news to share, not just when things are frustrating. And today we have some good news to share. I also want to thank this committee, ECDEV committee, council, and the mayor for active support of Ontario's Toronto screen-based industries. And the Portland's precinct plan is part of that support. I also want to point out that the co-chairs of this board, Councillor Fletcher and Jonathan Ahi, do lots of heavy lifting on a lot of fronts for the sector and on this precinct plan as well. We've had tremendous staff support from John Livy on down, and our favorite point person, Cassidy Ritz, who does tons for us. Where am I here? We've been watching this plan for over 10 years and very active at the table as a partner for the last 5. We are happy to see that this plan maintains space for the industry in both the short and long term, and has increased the amount of land available for active industry activity and development. The relationship now between the city and the industry on the principle of do no harm and diligence regarding early identification of unintended consequences has become a very strong one, and we thank you for that.
Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We have one more speaker, which is, is it Sidonia? Like Hano. How do I pronounce the last name?
It's Loyacono. Sidonia Loyacono.
You're Lackaman.
I'm usually pretty good, but I met really bad. You have 5 minutes.
You get a pass on my last name for sure.
You have 5 minutes if you could be less, because some of my colleagues
I
wish to
am
leave
going
for
to
the
try
flag
to,
raising.
and in fact, I'm actually here on behalf of 2 landowners, but there's a lot of overlap between their comments, so I'm going to, merge those submissions together. The first owner that I'm here on behalf of are the owners of 309 Cherry Street, and I'm joined by Elsa Fancello, who is a client representative. And this particular property is within the Villiers Island Precinct Plan. And very quickly, I'd like to start off by thanking staff with all their hard work on this particular matter. Certainly, our clients are very pleased that these initiatives are being advanced. What you should have before you is a letter that I filed yesterday on behalf of my client, which provides a very detailed overview of the concerns that remain outstanding with respect to the draft OPA that's in front of you. And so I certainly don't intend on going into any detail with respect to those comments, But suffice to say, I just want to underscore that there continues to be a number of concerns respecting the draft OPA that merit further consideration and review. At a very high level, there are two key points that I'd like to make. The first being that our client is not supportive of the draft OPA, in part because of the level of detail and prescription that's proposed in the OP policies. And, you know, our clients feel that these are more appropriate in zoning bylaws or design guidelines. And secondly, our client is not in support of the draft OPA being endorsed by this committee and council, in part because we feel that there is work that remains to be done. And secondly, because it'd be inappropriate in our submission for council to endorse this document before it is proposed to be brought forward later this fall in final form. There is still consultation that remains outstanding, and it would be in our submissions appropriate to be making decisions with respect to the final form of the draft OPA once the process is complete. So for these key reasons and those that are provided in my correspondence in further detail, we'd ask that the matter be referred back to staff for further consideration and that decisions with respect to the draft OPA be deferred until the fall. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I could quickly, briefly touch on the second matter, unless you'd like to pause for questions at this point.
Is it on the same item?
It is on the same item, and there's a lot of similarities between the two. But before I jump into that,
No one's asked me for questions, so I understand your letters here and you're making your point, which is fine. Please go ahead if you wish. You have your 5 minutes.
Thank you. The second landowner is I'm here on behalf of Pinewood Studios. They're the long-term leasee of the property at 101 and 225 Commissioner Street, and the development manager, Castle Point, for this particular site. And this site is within the film studios precinct. And similarly, there was correspondence filed yesterday with a detailed list of the outstanding concerns with respect to the draft OPA that my clients still request that further work and review be undertaken. On behalf of this particular client, they share the same concerns that I just raised with respect to the level of prescription and detail in the draft OPA, and certainly they are also not in support of the committee and council endorsing the draft OPA at this time and in the form that it's in front of you. There is one additional consideration from this particular landowner, and that is with respect to the fact that the draft OPA fails to reflect the flexibility and mix of land uses that modern film day districts are demanding today. And that's this particular property was designated regeneration area. The regeneration area designation generally does provide the flexibility in a variety of land uses that are encouraged in regeneration areas. Yet the form of the policies before you would restrict, for example, residential uses. And in our client's submission and based on the work that they've done to date, the film, television, and digital media sector really relies on complete communities in order for these industries to thrive. So again, our recommendation and our request is that the committee not endorse the draft OPA currently before you, and that the matter be referred back to staff until it's prepared and finalized in draft form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. We have one more speaker on the list. Adrian, okay, I'm going to mess up 3 to 4. Latasky? Am I even close, Adrian?
Yes, you are, sir.
Well, good. That's 1 out of the 4 today.
That's quite all right. It's a
You
challenging
have
last
5
name.
minutes if you can work with us here. We're trying to get this done.
Of course,
for our
I will.
lunch break.
I'll try to keep my comments brief. Our planning firm, Johnson Latavsky, has been working with Lafarge for well over 10 years now, monitoring this process to date. I am happy to say that there has certainly been progress in regards to Lafarge's concerns that have been consistent throughout the process, and we would like to thank staff and council and the committee members here for their efforts and understanding so far and the progress that has been made. Initially, the concern, rather, I should say, always has been that Lafarge, who owns and operates the cement terminal at 54 Polson Street, as well as other concrete and cement facilities on Commissioner Street further east. Their concern is and always has been that they are a very well-established industrial use that will be remaining there pretty much for the life of the plan. And we've been working with the city, with staff, with council, to see how that may be carried through in the plans for the Portland. We are now at a stage where we're getting to the actual policies and ideas and how actually will that happen. And so to that end, we have, there's a letter on file with staff dated April 12, 2017, where we expressed a number of concerns with an earlier draft of the OPA. I'm here to say today that unfortunately there really has not been enough time to properly digest the documents that are before you right now, at least for us. They were released publicly only about 5 business days ago. This is an enormous project with many complexities, and we are continuing to review it and must reserve our right to comment further. I know that having just taken an initial glance at what is before us today, some of our concerns, well, many of our concerns do indeed remain. I can summarize them for you. We've heard comments today about concerns that the plan is not flexible enough to allow residential uses and that and may in fact protect employment too much, forgive me. I'm here to offer an opposite view. I think we continue to remain concerned about how the plan will indeed protect and allow existing industries such as Lafarge to work in harmony with the development that will happen in the Portlands. And so to that end, we are concerned about the language in the what's called the PIC core and PIC, I believe, light designations that are contemplated, the film and creative industry designations that may or may not allow residential. Frankly, we still find them unclear. We are examining them in greater detail. And one other perhaps important, but one of several concerns we do continue to have is the belief that there's a failing in the plan and the work so far to date that encompasses not only the official plan, but the framework and the transportation management servicing plan, transportation master servicing plan, and that has to do with truck routes, particularly for facilities such as Lafarge's cement terminal, which will be on the far west of the site, and there is a need for redundancy to get in and out of the Portlands, even as it develops for various other sensitive land uses. We still do not clearly understand how trucks will get in and out of the area, and dedicated truck routes will influence the character of the areas that they go through. And so we believe that that is a piece of the puzzle that should be known now, and we're afraid that it isn't. And so those are very initial comments, just to once again remind you of Lafarge's interest in it, and that's really what I have to say here today. Thank you. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
So now we move to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff by non-members of the committee? Questions of staff by members of the committee? Speakers, non-members of the committee. Councillor Fletcher, you have an interest in this one, I would assume.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an interest, and I also have 3 motions that I'm presuming you will be moving on my behalf.
Staff will put up the motions. I'm
And there they
moving on
are.
your behalf.
Thank you very much. One is simply, when the gardener comes down, that we look for another exit onto the lakeshore to relieve the car law crunch. Second is there are some quick starts for parks. In particular, they would replace the 22 acres of green space that was removed by the Leslie Barnes, call it that. And the third is just for a very serious, robust, affordable housing plan for Villiers Island, which is first up once we get the mouth of the Don sorted out, which I hope Mr. Wilson is right. He's cautiously optimistic. If that's possible, that would be great. And to really have a plan that would be exceptional, that would meet many of the things that we saw today, that would be multi-generational, that would be multi-income, that would be a brand-new community and be a place for families on the waterfront. And that should be our goal for Villiers Island and for a new waterfront. And since most of the land that we're talking about is ours or under our lease, that we should be able to accomplish that, colleagues, on this. I do want, it's a very large area, starting the phasing first. It's 880 acres. We're looking at a framework for 880 acres, and there's particular precincts that have been approved. That would be Villiers Island. We're looking at a McCleary district, many different things, and that this has been done over a long period of time. So this has been many, many years in the making. This is one step today, and then later into the fall, we will have another report. This report was written with city staff, and I want to thank very much Cassidy Ritz and the rest of the team in city planning, Mr. Kneck and Mr. Lintern, and also those at Waterfront Toronto who were joined at the hip to prepare this framework of an area that's just beginning its transition. And I think from all of the deputants you've heard today, it's one in which there are many, many interests to be balanced, even at this point. When I read off the number of, there's private owners, there's the Toronto Port Authority, who's never been that easy for us to get along with. We have TPLC, we have the city. The Hearn is under a long-term, even though it's owned by the province, it's under a long-term lease.
Councillor
And-
Fletcher,
yes,
if
you
you
want me
can
to
sum
finish
up.
Okay.
Because
So I just want to
someone had
say-
some questions of staff now, and we want to get this done and close off a couple of items before the lunch break.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, let's just move forward with this. There's many issues to balance. We understand there's interest to balance, and I think that we can move forward in this way, but it shouldn't be deferred or reported back. We should just, it's a great framework. It's had a lot of hours, and it's heartily approve and urge you to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of committee, Councillor Bilo did have a question of staff, so if your permission, I'll move to reopen for questions of staff. All in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bilo, your question.
Thank you, and I'll try to be fast. On page 9, you do try to explain, I think, the business case and how you're using the profits of the sale of the land for certain things. So I just want to make sure that the profits of the land are only going to be applied to the flood protection.
So, Mr. Speaker, no, not necessarily just for the flood protection. We think there's mostly DCs that will be eligible for the, to help with the flood protection. There will be far more land sales or leases, long-term leases, that will help pay for a variety of things, including some of the objectives that have been described today.
Because here it says, as of November 2016, council directed, and that's what it says.
Right.
Just want to make sure that your report says that it's only for that. There's no mention of other stuff. So on the numbers that you have here, you say you have $270 million that you need for affordable housing. How did you come up with that money? What is the number of the units? And how you are foreseeing to come up with the money?
Through you, Chair. The way we costed out the affordable housing was we had the publicly owned land, so we obviously didn't need to acquire land for it. And then we used benchmark affordable housing projects that have been recently constructed in the city. on a per unit value and averaged it out.
So you do not have the cost of land included in the pro forma? And for the affordable housing projects that are built out there, some of them had provincial federal money plus city incentives. So you took in consideration that we're going to need $270 million of provincial federal incentives plus city?
That is correct, yeah. The land, we already own the land, so we didn't need to worry about acquiring land for it. So the total subsidy cost is the actual physical cost of constructing the housing itself. So it didn't take into account any public subsidies that might be available today or into the future.
So $270 million will give you how many units?
This would probably represent about half of the units in Villiers Island and the McCleary district, so that would be about 750 to 900 units of affordable rental housing. And the assumption here with the 270 million would be that we would need public subsidy, so we would need federal and provincial subsidy to help pay for the housing. And so that would probably bring it to whatever the typical requirement would be.
So what's the percentage that you're looking at?
The total percentage, through you, Chair, it's roughly 20, it would be 20% on publicly owned land. It's slightly different on privately owned land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we bring it into committee. I will move the councillors' motions. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak first? Not seeing any, I will move on behalf of my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, the motion she asked for. I will move the staff recommendations. I will make one brief comment, however, with what some of the deputants were saying, which is that they wanted to be sure that there was a fair and open consultation process and that by adopting the principles, we weren't closing the box and they would be able to speak, because it's not often that I see that we're adopting the principles in advance and then asking people what they think about it. And there are concerns that were brought to our attention that we should be able to fairly consider when this comes back in the fall. With that in mind, motion on the amendments. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We had stopped the previous item, which was item number 6, if I remember correctly. Can we go to item number 6 then? For a moment, the Dufferin-Wilson Regeneration area. I have a motion here that staff have drafted to allow some consultation with the local council between now and the council meeting on behalf of the deputant and see if they can work something out on the one site. This was, and I understand that the staff in the North District are fine to continue the discussions. So I'll move the amendments. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The item is amended. Whoop.
The two recs and the two reports.
The two recommendations in the reports. All those in favor? Carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Carried. And then I also had dealt with, and I've spoken to my colleagues about item number 5. And item number 5 is work plan for the review of the development review process. There's a motion I'd like to put up because we may not have quorum after. Can you put it up on the screen, please? I'm moving this, and I'm sorry we're short of time, because I want to get it into a bigger circle of people and look more holistic in nature and bring all the divisions in for their review and start from the time someone walks into the counter to the time they go out with a building permit to make sure that we've reviewed the entire process. We now have, and came this week, a Chief Transformation Officer, and that is his role, to bring people together and to cross the boundaries of the division. So I am moving this referral. Are there any questions? 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there any questions? Any speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then I have one speaker that's here for an item on the signs in the afternoon, Monica Molson. She can be identified because she's carrying a little baby in her lap, and I don't know if the little baby really wants to come back after lunch and is being so quiet now. So with the committee's permission, could we hear from Monica before we break for lunch? So moved. Monica, please come. You have 5 minutes to speak to us. And I would also move that we extend the meeting to complete the one speaker. I need 5 minutes for Monica. And if not, you'll have a crying baby later. Monica, please come forward. And then I have to ask if all of you could please confirm those that will be in attendance in the afternoon. Councillor Bilo? Okay, I know Councillor Perks can be, so we'll have bare quorum. Councillor Perks will be here in the afternoon. Councillor Campbell has said he can. Monica, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, my name's Monica Molson, and that's my daughter Farah there, and my neighbor Dawn, who lives a couple doors up. I'm here today to talk about the sign bylaw proposal at 153 Dufferin Street. So that's upside down. You can see this is the notice that we received in the mail, and I'll draw from it for my presentation. So that's that. So I'm here on behalf of the South Parkdale Neighborhood Group. South Parkdale is this area that's west of Dufferin, south of King, and a lot of the issues that are with the Gardner Expressway, the CNE, Toronto FC, Carabana, all of the things in the neighborhood really impact us, including this billboard. So here you can see this is the proposed billboard taken from the notice we received. By my estimation, the proposed billboard is 66% taller, so getting close to twice as tall, as well as has 4 times the area of the current billboard. The current billboard, this is an image from looking east on Dufferin Street. The current billboard is quite large, so that gives some perspective on just how large the proposed billboard will be, since it is 4 times the area and significantly taller as well. This is my little corner of the neighborhood. So I'm on Tyndall Avenue right here. 153 Dufferin is here. These are the current billboard has 2 faces that are approximately equal sized. And then based on the notice, it was difficult to tell exactly where the proposed billboard would be located. The notice says that it is on the east side of the building. However, in city documents, it appears to be on the east side of the property. Regardless, it's big, and both locations are quite close to my property. To give you a sense of the impact this has on my house, this is the view from the 3rd floor. That's the existing billboard you can see right there. And that is as good as it gets. This is summertime. This was taken a few weeks ago. The trees are covering most of it, but in the winter, the current billboard is completely visible from my house. So it has a huge impact on it. The proposed billboard, being 4 times the size and significantly taller, will have an even larger impact on my view. It will block a significant amount of sky space. And this is me. The same goes for Dawn over there, who's 2 doors up, as well as many of the neighbors on my street as well. I can only imagine the impact right on Dufferin Street. This is a view from my 2nd-story window. Again, you can still see the current billboard, which is much smaller and much lower, and the trees in summer. The leaves do block some of it, but in winter it is fully visible. So I hope you can see the impact there. As far as the actual notice goes, I was concerned about the notice that was presented to you because I feel that it does not accurately show the neighborhood. You can see from the image provided, it appears to be an industrial or commercial neighborhood. It's not. This is where I live. That's my house. This is clearly a residential neighborhood. And I don't feel that it's appropriate for such a massive billboard to be in a residential neighborhood. To give you another idea of the scale of it, this proposed billboard is 56 feet wide. These are 25-foot lots here. That is larger than both of these houses here and almost as high as the houses. It's massive. It is really, really, really big. As well, in the actual advertisement, the image was changed of the existing billboard you can see here to be green. You can see that's actually a Shenyun ad that's bright yellow. The image was altered to be this green that is typically used in highway signage to make it look to just blend in with our expectations of signage. Again, I feel that's quite misleading about the impacts on our neighborhood. So, in conclusion, the proposed billboard is massive. It is almost, it's by my calculation, 66% higher. It's 4 times the size. I won't be looking at the front of it, but I'll see the back of it as well. Typically billboards, my understanding is they have a massive support structure. That's scaffolding, ladders, lighting, all sorts of things. It's not going to be this big thing sticking in the sky. It's going to be supported somehow by infrastructure that will further block out my view and my sky space, considering the billboard is almost 7 stories high. It might cast a shadow on my property depending on the time of year and the sun, and it's just not appropriate. It has no benefit to our community. Advertising to drivers on the Gardiner Expressway has
Monica,
zero
I have
benefit.
to get you to sum up.
Sorry,
Thank
that's
you.
it. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? I have one. So how old is your son?
My daughter is 3 months old.
And how did you get her to be so quiet?
How'd you do it, Dawn?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to break for lunch. Mr. Cattell, I didn't hear you on item number 5. I'll speak to you, and you can tell me if you're satisfied with what we're doing. If not, I'll have to move to reopen it to allow the speaker. My apologies for that. But I'll speak to you during the lunch break. Thank you. We'll be back here at 1:30. Please, members that are coming back, be back here.
Hello, everyone. We're going to have to lock up the room for lunch. If you could make your way out, I'm having the doors locked. Thank you. Good afternoon. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1?
So we have quorum, which is great. In front of us, we have 5 items left. With the committee's permission, I think the last 2 items, 16 and 17, which were motions by our colleagues, we can adopt and send on for the reports and get them done with quickly. So what I'd like to do is vary the procedures. You do 16, 17. Item 14, Councillor DiCiano has a brief motion on. And then item 11, I only had 1 speaker and the local councillor. So if it's okay with you, I think we can get through those quickly and then go to the signs. So vary the procedure to deal with items 11, 14, 16, and 17, and then go to 9. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So item 16, tapping the keg. That's from Councillor Layton. There are some recommendations that he has on the back that I'm more than happy to move. Any questions? No. Any questions?
I'd happily move that we adopt Councillor Layton's task force work.
Task force? Okay. We're going to vote on a task force. We're doing it quickly, but I'll ask for a recorded vote. Would you like that? All those in... Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, just mark it as unanimous. Thank you. Then we have a request from Councillor Matlow, Planning and Age-Friendly Toronto. Some of us have more interest in that than others. I was looking beside me at the Deputy City Manager. I don't have a mirror here today. Okay, so there is a recommendation for a strategy request from Councillor Matlow. I'm more than happy to move that. Any questions, any comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then we have the City of Toronto Archaeological Collections Repository update. Councillor DiCiano, you had an amendment on that.
I do, Mr. Chair. 2 motions. First motion is that recommendation 1 be amended by adding in consultation with the Chief Corporate Officer and replacing in the fall of 2017 with quote by November the 15th, 2017. So that now reads Planning and Growth Management Committee, Director, Chief Planner, City Planning Division, and the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, in consultation with the Chief Corporate Officer, to report back by November the 15th, 2017 on A, the availability of any city-owned facilities to accommodate an archaeological collections repository and what measures would be required to adapt these facilities for repository purposes, and B, the associated operating capital budget impacts associated with establishing a City of Toronto Archaeological Collections Repository. Second motion is that City Council direct Chief Corporate Officer to request the provincial government and the federal government to identify any excess capacity for repository space in the Greater Toronto Area that the City of Toronto can lease, and report on the results at the same time the item is before the Planning and Growth Management Committee.
Any questions of the mover of the motions? Any other speakers? If not, on the amendments by Councillor DiCiano, all those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Anybody? Do I have a hand at all? Is nobody in favor of it? Councillor DiCiano, you're in favor of your own motion?
I am.
Okay, I got 1. Me too. Carried. PG 21.11, ConsumersNext, planning for people and businesses at Sheppard and Victoria Park. We have 1 speaker on that. Ryan Gwitter. Ryan, are you here? You wanted to speak? I think you've been here before. You have 5 minutes. If there's any questions, we'll ask you after that. Timer is there. Please guide yourself accordingly.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Guter, and I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the Armenian Community Center. And I, just with reference, you may have received through Madam Clerk copies of letters that we filed. I just wanted to provide some brief commentary in relation to my client's interest. The lands of the Armenian Community Center are at 45 and 50 Hall Crown Place. And this particular area of the study is quite an interesting area because it contains a significant sort of social and cultural center of activity with a school, place of worship, community center. There's lots of activity occurring with not only the Armenian community, but other community organizations. And the letter that I wanted to make sure sort of formed part of the record for the committee's consideration, and ultimately through future disposition of this through public hearings and essential analysis by staff, is dated May 31st. And what it does is it contains a series of additional correspondence in a package that we've supplied to planning staff directly through the evolution of this study process. And the community has been, by the way, there's members of the community here that I'm speaking on behalf of as well that have been in attendance and have been very actively involved. I'm sure you're aware, Madam, the local councillor here to listen in as well. But I wanted to make sure that our comments were identified. The Armenian community is a key stakeholder in this process, and we intend to continue to be as the process unfolds. And I just wanted to highlight briefly, we do support the advancement of what's before you, and we would obviously register our interest in those matters. And in particular, we've categorized our commentary in sort of three basic themes that represent issues of significance and or concern or issues to be further studied by the community center team, which includes myself and other professionals. One is related to ensuring traffic congestion and safety for this area. It's a cul-de-sac that extends from consumers, and that's a very important element that the infrastructure is conceived of in a safe manner. And we're in the process of developing our own thoughts on that master planning work that staff have produced. The other element is built form and massing. There is a mixed-use area designation north of the church. However, the church is more of a lower profile type of setting. We want to ensure that that's appropriately addressed. And we do support the general framework of the concepts that have been developed, but we'll be closely monitoring that as it evolves. And the third is really to address infrastructure capacity, and that's obviously a key consideration. So there's a lot more detail, which I did not intend to get into, but I wanted to simply have this committee be fully apprised of our interest in this matter, and obviously keen to see it move forward, keen to be involved as part of the process. And I know community members here can attest to a lot more specific details. They have authored and separately filed to the clerk a separate letter, which is, I would request be part of the considerations, that provides a lot more detail of their interest. And it is something that was filed via email last evening, so it may not have formed part of your package. Very well. I do have additional copies to the extent that others require it, but what's important in that is that I would encourage all members, if they're interested, to understand the role this community plays in the area. They're very open to attending site visits with folks, and this letter contains a lot more details about the specific components of the community's interests. And ultimately, with those remarks, I believe I'm close to my limit of time, but I wanted to make sure that that was at the committee's hands. I am available should there be any questions, but again, we've provided a lot of detail and continue to work with planning staff collegially in trying to come up with what is a very exciting project for the city.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll.
Just one question, because you have highlighted, we do have the community's own authored comment is 21.11.4 now, so it'll even be there when it goes to council. But While theirs is specific, and it's their issues right now as of the end of this first big phase, yours speaks to both right now and into the future. So is your understanding you're going to be retained right through their interest in a secondary plan development?
That's correct. We expect to be involved and assisting in providing planning advice as a land use planner myself through the process as it unfolds, through the secondary plan and other zoning updates and things that would come.
Okay, thank you, thank you. That's my only question, Mr.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Are there now questions of staff in this regard? Non-members of committee first. Councillor Carroll, is there anything you don't know about this one?
There's nothing I don't know about it. It's several hundred pages if you include the transportation study. So I'm guessing that planning committee members didn't read every single bit of it. So I'm planning on making comments, but I personally don't have any questions at this point, having been briefed and briefed and briefed again.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow, you had questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is an interdivisional study. I'm just wondering if the Affordable Housing Office has been involved.
Through the chair, there hasn't been direct contact with the affordable housing, but through our policy work, we are working with our housing policy planners to develop policy as we move it forward into the secondary plan.
Good, because maybe I missed it, but on your policy directions that the report outlined doesn't talk anything about affordable housing.
That's correct, through the chair. The policy directions are those from the consultant studies. We would be obviously bringing other lenses to this work, including housing, growing up, as was mentioned this morning, and those kinds of pieces will be folded into the policies as we bring them forward in a secondary plan.
Oh, I see. Okay, so those ones that we have right now in front of us were the consultants, and now you're going to take this work and actually put our lens on it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other members? Follow-up question then I'll have to Councillor Barlow. So what official plans have we adopted that talk about housing, affordable housing strategies? Because you're saying we're going to be including them in upcoming ones. What OP amendments have we got, that major ones that have included Council's desire to have affordable housing addressed in all the applications that follow?
Through the chair, MIMCO Judson's secondary plan, which was before committee a year ago, did contain policies with respect to affordable housing. We have a number of future plans that will be before this committee in the fall, TO Core and Midtown in Focus, which will also be addressing affordable housing policies.
So do we have to have a policy in effect in an official plan for our staff on every development application to discuss with the applicant the desire of City Council to have affordable housing included in it?
Through the chair, I would suggest that staff should be doing that and are doing that on a case-by-case basis. Certainly when we're undertaking secondary plans or any site and area specifics, that is certainly at the table, and it is and should be raised because our policies as they exist right now do speak to a mix of housing types, both in form and in types of affordability.
So of the chief planner, so what applications do you know that we asked for and were refused, or that we asked for that in housing, or others that we even asked for and obtained? Because at every council meeting I review the stats that are in front of us, and I'm quite disappointed in the fact that they aren't in any of the applications. And even in the last batch at council, it was simply some funding in a Section 37 agreement, either for affordable housing or for TCHC repairs.
Through the chair.
Through the chair to the chair, right?
Through the chair to the chair. Several years ago, through PGM, there was an amendment made to the list of community amenities that could be secured through Section 37, and added to that list was
housing, affordable housing in a variety of forms, both affordable ownership and affordable rental. That hit the reset button with respect to the negotiations in the context of development applications. On all major development applications, affordable housing is requested. Most recently, Yonge, which is a significant application, secured 10% affordable housing. In addition, at council last month was the Honest Ed site redevelopment. The final number has not been confirmed, but it has been agreed that there will be a component of affordable housing as part of that rental project, likely somewhere around 10% as well. So this has emerged since that time, which was approximately 3 years ago, as a critical part of the negotiations on a site-by-site basis. However, in some instances, other amenities are identified as a more significant or important priority in a given project. It might be an update to transit, it might be some other kind of community benefit, and this is why it continues to be negotiated in a site-by-site and project-by-project basis.
Well, I understand that. And Councillor Bylaw has asked that on every item in front of us today as a matter of course to try and highlight it. So we're dealing with this one now, but in all these instances, the applicants are asking for more than what they're permitted as of right. We're talking about inclusionary zoning, so part of the more can automatically include affordable housing because often, unless it's in the core, it's of a minimal cost to the applicant. So why are we doing so poorly as Build Toronto was challenged for not delivering affordable housing, and last year it delivered 70% of all the affordable housing in the city, 30% on their few small sites, and 30% was across the entire city of Toronto and all the sites that the planning department reviews. So why are we doing so poorly?
Through the chair, I would suggest that we do not currently have the policy authority to be securing affordable housing. This is the reason why we've worked very diligently in advancing policies related to inclusionary zoning and why we've been working at the direction of council advocating with the province for inclusionary zoning, because inclusionary zoning would in fact give us the regulatory authority to require affordable housing as part of every new project. And we know that it's employed in over 500 municipalities in the states where there is significant growth. So it continues to be our position that having that authority would be the best way to consistently secure affordable housing. On large sites, we currently secure affordable housing 20% in the central waterfront. We have been successful in achieving that target on a variety of projects, such as the Hines development. We are currently reviewing the large sites policy, which has been based on a geography, in order to amend it such that it is based on a number of units, so that we can expand the number of sites that are included in the large sites policy, which in effect result in the equivalent of inclusionary zoning on a much broader span of large sites. So we are using the policy tools that we have. We recognize we would benefit from stronger policy tools.
Okay, are there any other questions of staff? If not, speakers. Councillor Carroll, I would guess you want to speak on this.
Just a little. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your line of questioning just now. The Consumers Road Sheppard Avenue frontage is actually a perfect example of what happens if you don't have a policy context, as development applications start to change in an area so that you can't realize goals like affordable housing that you just mentioned. In fact, we actually did not want to ask for it in the initial applications. owing to the proposal of transit coming through the corridor and also using the old Metro Toronto official plan that says you could put very high densities next to the Don Valley Parkway. So it actually led to Skymark development up at Finch with 5 tall towers very early on. Both the old official plan for Metro, the North York plan, and the just adopted new official plan that looked at this avenue as future transit led to the first residential being adopted by the OMB on the Sheppard frontage over closer to the DVP. And that led to some more applications along there. We actually, with a business park that was struggling with the post-amalgamation tax rates, and so the employment was down. You'll read here that it's at 18,000 now. It was once less than 11,000. But it's a business park that should hold 30,000 workers. And it was down to below 11,000 around the time of the global financial crisis. It was actually collapsing even before the GFC. And then in front of it on the Sheppard frontage, a couple of residential tower, large site residential tower applications that we actually fought beyond the OMB and all the way to provincial divisional court, but were approved nevertheless. We did manage to secure commercial square footage. So we did sort of do the beginnings of what you would do if you were doing a secondary plan and deciding where the mixed use would go. The municipal comprehensive review followed, which said, okay, we're going to be honest and admit to the ministry that residential is happening along these avenues, as well it should if there's going to be an LRT there. However, we want to save our business park. But when it came to talking about affordable housing in those initial applications, didn't know what was going to happen to the business park. We knew we had to save it, but for C-class, for poor uses, for self-storage, there was a self-storage application that we later managed to discourage. Car dealership applications, so we thought, is this where you want to put affordable housing? On the other side of the highway, sitting on the edge of a business park. So in fact, we took cash in lieu and incorporated what affordable housing should be happening on the other side of the highway in the planned neighborhood of Parkway Forest, which was intensifying. There are rent supplements there and an increase in the units at 121 Parkway Forest. This context plan is the beginnings of a secondary plan that allows us to put those things in. But it's also an example of what happens when you wait too long. The communications before you from my community, and the reason they have gone that extra mile to retain a consultant to help them with this is that we're embarking on this consultation plan, doing the context, proceeding with your adoption of the recommendations today that I'll appreciate, to actually nail down a secondary plan, just as was the case over in Mimico-Judson. But when we already know that we have two really massive and overly ambitious large site applications, that while they're at their informal stages, we know that with the OMB reforms, they're soon going to be officially applied for. They're going to slap down their check and get this train rolling, because those reforms in the new world that might one day exist are scary to large site developers, heaven knows. So the community has some concerns that I really hope the council will have a good look at, because while they're mentioned, they're not entirely addressed in the context plan, but they must be a part of the secondary plan. They must be a part of consideration of those two large applications that will likely be formally applied for soon. The concerns around density, the concerns around the transportation plan. It's 146 pages long. I know it's a lot to ask, but it comes down to this. The Ministry of Transport is going to have to hear us loud and clear on the need to always have the right to leverage more roads where in a place like this, a wholly inadequate street grid was put into the original neighborhood. And they're going to have to help us with the fact that there are not enough access and egresses in and out of this park. And there's one that has to go in before we can even entertain one of the applications. So by adopting this, you're speeding us along to the province to make those things happen. But I think it should be a lesson, if you'll indulge me for one more second, because it's 500 pages of work. Our staff need to be resourced to be able to do things like this when they should be doing them. And the time to have done this study was 2005, not 2015, which is when we started it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it into committee. Are there any speakers on it? Councillor Barlow, did you have any comments on it?
I mean, given that this is a consultant's report, I understand the fact that it didn't have the affordable housing component on it. I think that there's two things happening. There's obviously a legislative constraint that it makes it very difficult for our staff to deal with this issue. But especially on secondary plans and when we're planning neighborhoods, when we're planning big areas, it is very important that this is taken in consideration, because especially now when we are hopefully very close to a change in legislation that will allow us to bring things like inclusionary zoning. The other thing that I think there has to be a mind shift, and I would like to see a mind shift, is right now people have affordable housing competing with, you know, the park, the library, the daycare, and it's all these priorities that need to be dealt with as that compete with affordable housing. I see affordable housing as the windows, the roof, the sidewalk on the building. You don't ask a builder if he's going to have windows on that building or if he's going to have it only on the building, two buildings down. So every building, everything that we see, it should have a level of affordability the same way that we have the windows and the roof and the sidewalk and all these things that make that building a functional building. And I think that it's both a mind shift and a legislative shift that will allow us to start implementing it that way needs to happen. I think we're heading in that direction. And for these future secondary plans that we're preparing in parts of our city, it is important that we set ourselves for success and ready and be ready for when that comes in, when we have those powers to start doing that. And in the meantime, use everything we have at our disposal to make sure that we translate those units into reality.
Thank you. I'll comment briefly because I know the area a little bit. I appreciate the work the staff have done, and as my colleague said, in a reaction to the reaction of the need for and desire for developers to take employment lands and make them residential lands. That's where this came from. And we lost the hearing at the board which permitted residential along Sheppard Avenue for my colleagues in other parts of the city, and it was a struggle. The area is coming back. This is a great plan, but you also have to remember who's moved there. American Express moved in, but they demanded to have parking because they were moving down from 905 and their employees were driving and don't have, to their understanding, the ability to get to the site without. And that's a big issue in here. How do we keep this as an area which we want to see more for employment uses, but end up with parking decks in it, because the mindset is there and the need is still there, because the transportation plan that some of my colleagues talked about, taking the relief line and pushing it up to Sheppard Avenue, this is exactly where it would connect in. And further up to 905, which is the need to put the Yonge Street subway up to 905 in the hopes that people would come across town to go over here, or in fact the complete transportation needs of the city. So it's moving in the right direction, and this is a little late, but it's good to have it there. And I don't think it was expected by staff in advance. We should have been more wary of who might buy the land. We're in the situation. Great report. And we are moving the direction of putting people back in, and that's great. The issue that my colleague brings up, Councillor Bilo, is one that I guess next to Councillor Bilo, I'm probably her biggest supporter and greatest champion at council, as I stand up every month and talk about the number of units. And I do not believe that we don't have the authority that someone has to give it to us. I don't believe we need legislation to ask. No one requires legislation to ask. Council asked it of Build Toronto. Knowing very little about it, I asked staff to do it, and they have delivered 347 of the 494 units that we got through approvals last year in affordable housing, 70%, by asking. And those developers, some of them welcomed it. It actually made it easier for them to sell their properties because they were already in that price point that little bit of help could make them affordable units. And even one development up in the ward which I represent was the same thing. I asked for childcare and I got that, and I asked for a community center, and I asked for office replacement, and then I said the words affordable housing, and it was, what? And I said, it's nothing to be afraid of. Who do you think is going to live there? It's just people that may not have incomes of $100,000 a year. And guess what? Units got included because we asked. The direction has to come from the chief planner to each of the district directors, right down to the folks on the floor to say, what about? And try and make the best deal you can in combination with everything else. And that's why I stand up at council, not in any way to do anything but compliment those that have it, but in a way when we don't have anything, then it's really a disappointment. So I think we can do better. And in this area, I think my colleague, Councillor Carroll, will make sure it's on the agenda, and so will the staff. But I would really like to make sure it's not just in the ones that we pick up and notice. With that, no other speakers. We have just the motion, which is the staff recommendations. I will move it on behalf of my colleague, Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. That's a surprise vote, isn't it? So now we go to the final item we have on our agenda, but we have a number of speakers. It is the applications for area-specific amendments, and a number of them that are back up in front of us for the annual review. We have a list of speakers. There is a staff presentation, but why don't I get the speakers? Well, why don't I get the speakers to go first? And therefore, when you do your presentation, you can address, if we have questions, what they have said about the individual site. Maybe that'll work a little better, because I do want a presentation. But let's go through it. We have first Donald Cranston, Chair of the Friends of Fort York and Garrison Common. I don't think he really wanted to be a member of council. He likes his role there much better. Okay, so, Mr. Cranston, you have 5 minutes. We're here to listen. You don't have to use them all, but you can if you wish.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. I'm Andrew Stewart, actually, Vice Chair, Friends of Fort York. And I'd like to make a brief, under 3-minute presentation. This has to do specifically with number 2 Strong Avenue, the application for amendment of 2 Strong Avenue. We object strongly to this proposal to exempt any portion of the special sign district around Fort York National Historic Site, including 2 Strong Avenue, from the provisions of the sign bylaw, Chapter 694 of the Municipal Code. The bylaw was put in place originally in 2004 with advocacy from the Friends of Fort York to protect the visual impact of large illuminated and electronic billboards on the views out from Fort York. Fort York National Historic Site, established 1793, 43 acres in size, is Toronto's founding 18th century landscape. It's an outstanding historic and public realm site owned and operated by City of Toronto Museums and Heritage Services, part of Economic Development and Culture Division. It has official status as a National Historic Site, a provincially registered archaeological site, and a municipally defined Heritage Conservation District. Fort York contributes to Toronto's unique character among North American cities and has received well over 100,000 visitors annually during the past few years during and since the bicentennial of the War of 1812. The Friends of Fort York is a volunteer organization that, among other things, advocates on behalf of the site. We reach an audience of about 2,500 people through our quarterly electronic newsletter. This constituency, represented by the volunteer directors of the Friends of Fort York, works closely with city staff on fulfilling the potential of Fort York as one of Toronto's most significant sites and large downtown green spaces with special historic value for citizens and tourists alike. Approving the proposed amendment for 2 Strong Avenue will erode Fort York's unique qualities that are critical to defining Toronto's story and also Canada's, which has now existed for 150 years, which makes the country nearly 60 years younger than Fort York. The proposed amendment also works against the Bentway, the city's new initiative to reinvent public space under the Gardiner Expressway, supported by a $25 million private sector gift. Amendment of the sign bylaw will only discourage this kind of private sector investment in parks and open spaces. Please, therefore, we ask you to deny this application to amend the sign bylaw for 2 Strong Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputants? Not seeing any. Thank you for coming. Andrew Stewart, Vice Chair of the Friends of Fort York. Well, that was you, sorry. So Donald Cranston isn't here? Oh, because I called out Donald, I'm sorry. No problem, Andrew, thank you. Robert Stambula, HVRA Board Member. HVRA stands for what, Robert? Harvard Village Residents Association. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Stambula, and I'm a board member of the HVRA, and I'm here to express our opposition to the proposal at 750 Spadina Avenue. HVRA is bounded by Spadina, Bloor, College, and Bathurst. We live in a stable Victorian neighborhood. We are an engaged community and association, active ensuring that the enormous growth in our neighborhood respects and balances with our community interests. Rarely do we simply oppose, but rather we engage and we work to have change better reflect community interests, as we have tried with the JCC. But in this case, this case is one where good neighbors will disagree. And we are here today opposing their proposal. It was refused 1 year ago, and it comes again to you unchanged. This proposal egregiously exceeds the bylaw requirements. City staff have done a good job of illustrating all the details in their charts that accompany your material. I won't take you through all those details. But just this morning, I think it's worth noting in the email from the JCC dated May 29th, and they had several interesting things that were in it and not in it. One, it claims that every effort has been made to design a sign in an architecturally responsible and compatible manner. I'm not an architect, but I don't think it takes much training to conclude that the proposal is far from responsible in its attempt to meet the bylaw requirements, and is far from responsible in its attempt to meet any suggestion that we had given to the JCC when we met with them last year in February. Nothing has changed in their proposal, and we've heard nothing from them as this proposal came forward again this year. Their email adds that all would agree that this iconic facility has been and is an important community asset to the neighborhood, and I agree with that. There's no doubt about that. But now we get to the crux of the matter, and the email explains that the anticipated revenue from the sign would be significant and would provide relief to the operations of the facility. Their point is effectively the ends justify the means. Their email even makes no claim of community support. The sign egregiously offends the sign bylaw, and the view of the HVRA erodes the quality of life in our neighborhood and should be rejected. It sells public skies and views for commercial purposes. It illuminates an otherwise peaceful corner, although a major corner, but with low-rise 7-Eleven on one corner, a Scotia Bank on another corner, and open public space on the third corner. I worked at 1 Dundas Street for almost 20 years, and I saw the building Dundas Square. This is where this sign belongs, not in a neighborhood ably described by his staff and by Councillor Cressy in his letter of opposition. Bylaws must mean something. We have little or no tools to object to a proposal that might be within the requirements of the bylaw. On the other hand, we must be able to rely on it as a defense against a wild, wild west to city building. A variance in 2002 has already been provided for the JCC in its identity signs, but we respectfully ask that the committee to reject this objection. It's too much, too big, too far in a neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
David Sadowski. Is Mr. Sadowski here? You are next. After Mrs. Sadowski, sorry, is Joel Farber. You have 5 minutes. If there's questions, we'll ask them to you after.
I was going to ask Leroy Casanova from our sign company to speak first. It's a separate presentation. And then I can speak after that, if that's okay with the chair.
Within your 5 minutes?
No. I'll probably be pretty short, but I don't know.
Sorry, your name is Lee?
My name is Sadowski, David.
My name is Leroy Casanova. I represent Astro Media Outdoor. We're the agent of the applicant.
We have, because we don't have you, I don't have you on the list here.
Yeah, I was added to the list a little late this morning.
You mean right now? Okay.
Or right now.
Or right now.
All right now. That's why my list wasn't wrong. Sure, if you'd like to go first, go first. If you can keep them less than 5 minutes, it's appreciated and make your point, but you do have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. .750 Spadina is home to the Miles Nadell Jewish Community Center, El Green Theater, and the Paul Pennant Downtown Jewish Community School. These are not-for-profit organizations that offer much-needed recreational, cultural programs and services such as daycare to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed rooftop sign shall provide much-needed cash flow support to these programs and contribute to the upkeep of the building. Additionally, the digital message board will assist in promoting the community and cultural programs being offered at the JCC. The type of messaging on the sign will consist both of first and third party, including Amber Alerts, to further ensure the sign is fully integrated into the neighborhood and the community at large. Compatibility of the surrounding environment. The type of structure proposed is a 10 by 34 digital sign that will be fully integrated into the design of the architecture of the building in order to avoid the negative visual impact typically associated with roof signs. The proposed sign is substantially smaller than most third-party digital signs installed within the City of Toronto, which are currently in the area of 14 feet by 48. The proposed dimensions are appropriate in scale and proportion to the building height and area, and state-of-the-art resolution digital display will integrate and make sense at this location. This area of Toronto is a vibrant commercial entertainment area in the core of the City of Toronto, and signage of this kind on this building is targeted and appropriate. This application is keeping within other digital sign approvals which were allowed in CR zones near residential properties, which we can demonstrate. Here's a picture of the building as it sits currently. I'm sure you've already seen this rendering. This is what we're proposing. We've done our best to incorporate the sign into the architecture of the building, and in my opinion, or in our opinion, it really has more of the attributes of a wall sign than it does of a roof sign. This is what a typical roof sign would look like, and you can see there's really no comparison into the impact that it has on the surrounding area. Here is an example of an integrated digital sign that sits in the middle of a heavy residential zone. This is the CN Tower Aquarium digital sign. And you can see it's firmly entrenched in full view of residential properties. Illumination and display regulations. Chapter 694 contains regulations for signs displaying electronic static copy with respect to minimum message transition time, light spill brightness, hours of illumination, on operation to minimize impact that electric static signs may have on surrounding neighborhoods. The proposed sign shall meet fully and comply with that criteria. Furthermore, evening brightness will be reduced to 50% down to 150 nits. 150 nits represents half of the approved sign by regulation of 300 nits. Here's a shot of the JCC at night. As you can see, there's quite a bit of illumination there already. There would be no need to have those floodlights in front because as the sign would incorporate a lot of the JCC's messaging, so that illumination in the intersection would probably drop at night. Here's a view of the looking east. This is the people that would drive into the sign as you head westbound on Bloor Street. Unfortunately, I don't have a night shot of this area, but if you were to go by there, you notice there's a Pizza on the right. That sign is extremely bright at night. Really dominates the intersection. The orange and white colors really dominate the area. And I would submit if the people in the neighborhood don't have a problem with that, I don't think they should have a problem with what we're proposing. Permit expiry. Due to the capital investment required on this application and design element, we would be seeking same consideration as an approval granted on July 11, 2012 for amendments to Chapter 694 concerning third-party ground signs located on Metrolinx lands. This consideration would involve extending the renewal period permit for 5 years to 10 years. After the initial period, 5-year renewal provision would then take effect. Transportation services. Here's a quote from Transportation Services. Electric signs and increased distraction to drivers. However, there has been no statistical relationship found between electronic signs and car accidents. Chapter 694 requires 30 meters separation.
I have to get you to sum up.
Sorry. So I'll just skip ahead here. The city has permitted many signs within 30 meters of an intersection in the Yonge Dundas Square area. Full motion video, which is far more impactful on motorists. I don't think that the city would.
Can't read everything. I asked you to sum up. You have the time, and we have another speaker.
Okay, sorry about that. Basically, the long-term financial benefits of this are the financial impact, most important, community centers in Toronto, long-term first-party advertising opportunity, which will support the events and activities at the JCC. The sign is part of the Amber Alert network, which will further enhance the benefits. Thank you.
I'm sure we're going to hear that anyways now. Mr. Fiber.
Thank you. I'm David Sadowski. You have a letter from me that I addressed to the committee on Monday. I don't want to repeat or read the letter to you. It sort of speaks to many of the things that Leroy spoke about. I guess for us, the bottom line is that the city has an opportunity to help support an important community asset. The very presence of this community center has likely, if not deferred or defrayed the city's need to have its own community center in this neighborhood and sort of acts de facto as a community center. The income from this is significant. As it's been stated, it should be fairly obvious. The building has been built through charity donations. It continues to be subsidized in any of its capital needs by charitable donations. Just last year, we built, I believe, probably the only saltwater pool in a community center in the city of Toronto. We added an accessibility ramp, and actually today we're putting in addition to the accessibility ramp, we're putting in an accessibility lift as well. It may be the most accessible pool in the city. It has been, as the objector just said, I mean, it's been an important neighbor for everyone, and we have aspired to be a good neighbor. I think it's within the purview of this community, this committee rather, to look beyond just the bylaw. The bylaw is very difficult to comply with as it stands, but to look beyond the bylaw, to accept our application for a variance in that where the sign is going and what the revenue from this sign will in fact add to and invest in the city. So I'll leave my remarks at that.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming. The next speaker we have is Joel Farber. Mr. Farber.
Mr. Chair, it's Joel Farber. I'm the solicitor for the owner, RioCan. With me is Brian McCall, and I think Mr. McCall is actually a registered speaker as well, but we're both going to be speaking in support of the application for Lawrence Square, 700 Lawrence West. So with your permission, could we hear from Mr. McCall, who's going to explain the sign application and the design details, and then I'll make my remarks.
Sure. He's was added to the list as well just recently. So, Mr. McCall, you want to go first? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Please try to be mindful of the time.
I will. My name is Brian McCall. I'm from Kramer Design Associates, and acting on behalf of RioCan, who are the owners of the Lawrence Allen Centre. The request is part of a proposed comprehensive renovation and revitalisation of the centre, which includes enhancement to external grounds, general access, facade improvements on the southeast and north elevations, interior renovations of the overall retail and office environment, and the expansion of the existing food hall. As part of the request, RioCan proposes to eliminate 4 existing 10 by 20-foot third-party rooftop billboards that have existed well prior to the new City of Toronto sign bylaw, which came into force in April 2010. So the rooftop signs are right here, and we're proposing to remove those. In 2015, in preparation for the re-merchandising of the vacant Zeller space, RioCan commenced work on plans for a phased revitalisation and renovation of the centre. The proposed main gateway sign, which I will show you an evening shot replacing the existing sign, includes improved pedestrian lighting, covered walkway, landscaping, seating and weather protection for the city right-of-way directly to the retail building entrance. The new sign is a key component to kick off the overall revitalisation plan and create a renewed sense of vibrancy and attractiveness to the centre. And here is a daytime shot of said sign. Yep. The existing first-party ground sign, is proposed to be replaced with a new static digital third-party ground sign, generally in the same location as the existing sign. While the new sign will be devoted principally to the advertising of the centre and the businesses therein, the new sign is proposed to contain some third-party copy and therefore falls within the third-party sign class. Accordingly, a site-specific amendment sign bylaw is required. The third-party wall sign is a permitted type and class of the sign in the CI sign district, but relief is required from certain standards in the sign bylaw. And the last shot I just want to show you is in fact the covered walkway that leads from the area landscaped directly into the reworked facade of the Lawrence Allen Centre. I'll pass over to Joe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joel Farber. I'm the solicitor for RioCan. With me is Stefan Wisnowski from RioCan, and I thank Brian for preparing the slides and the renderings to show you what the proposal is to look like. The impact of the proposal on the site, I think, can't be underestimated. The current grounds could use some improvement, especially the way that the pedestrian realm is dealt with. It's very inhospitable at this moment to get from the subway station into the site, which is a kitty corner. The area And the off-ramp from the Allen was really designed to accommodate the cars. And same with ultimately the development of the center as it originally was. And not enough heed was paid to the pedestrian environment and the interface between the public realm and the private space. And the signage proposal is more than just the request for the third-party sign. It really is part and parcel in an overall comprehensive and I think much needed improvement to the functioning of the center. The center is not just a shopping mall. It has significant office space. It's got actually two large community-serving retailers, Canadian Tire and Fortino's or Loblaws. It's got significant amount of office space, I think 250,000 square feet of office space. And it's also home to a number of government offices and social agencies, including the Government of Canada and North York Community House. And as Brian said, it really is part and parcel of an overall regeneration of the site. And the signage program is going to help kick-start redevelopment of the site. And RioCan has started. There was a setback, obviously, when Target decided that it wasn't going to take the vacant Zeller space, which was vacated in 2013, and that was a bit of a setback. But the tenants are coming, and the mall interior is going to improve, or the client sees it as going to improve with the overall enhancements, with obviously the re-merchandising of the vacant space and the overall improvement to the facility. As Brian said, we are proposing to remove an existing first-party sign. And I wonder if you could put that picture up, Brian, of the existing first-party sign. The sign to be removed is right in the same location as the new sign to be included. The only reason really why we're here before the committee is because of the third-party copy, which means there is going to be some, or proposed to be some, advertising of goods, services, or events and things that not necessarily related to the site. But by and large, the intent and the need is to advertise the businesses on the site, and those are significant. So you have Canadian Tire, you have Fortino's, you have a number of tenants in the mall, and you could advertise all of those businesses and all of the goods provided in those businesses. And you also have the head office of Hudson's Bay Company. So there's a great range of, say, first-party advertising you could do. But simply to enable the opportunity to provide also some third-party advertising, then all of a sudden it takes you out of the delegated approval situation and into this, the signed bylaw amendment. So, I mean, absent those third-party copies, I'd say that this would be a pretty straightforward replacement variance to permit the new sign, which is in compliance with all of the standards related to at least electronics and things along that nature. And really, the sign is in the same scale as the existing sign. The staff recommendation is really premised, I think, on a faulty assertion that this is a highway sign, which is dedicated to visibility from Allen Road. And we take exception to that. The sign is really not aimed or visible at all from Allen Road until you reach the top of the off-ramp up at Lawrence Station. So it's not a typical highway sign, and that's really not the intent of it. And I don't think that was adequately addressed, and I think it was improperly or too forcefully relied on in support of the staff recommendation to oppose or not to support the application. And I don't think that necessarily was an appropriate recognition of the spirit and intent of the bylaw. There is the opportunity.
Sorry, Mr. Farber, your time is up. Are there questions of the Deputy and Councillor Perks?
Thank you very much for coming today. During your presentation, you stated that this updating of the sign is part of an overall program to improve the pedestrian realm and bring in new clients or new tenants and redo the interior of the mall. Are you implying that those other things are in any way dependent on this decision?
Yes, I think, as I understand the program, that the improvements that are contemplated are all part and parcel of the removal of the existing sign, which is where the new sign is going to be located, and then the enhancements to the to the pedestrian realm is really to cut a path through the parking lot to enable the building of the covered walkway. So it is part of a package. You know, they go together. Yes.
So it's dependent. There's no pedestrian access that you're building. You described in your remarks that, you know, you have a whole lot of employment there and that it's a problem getting access from the subway. You won't make that improvement if we don't give a sign variance here today.
Sorry, my name's Stefan Wisnowski. I work with the RioCan. We're looking at enhancing existing, there is a pedestrian connection there now, which is just a narrow sidewalk.
Yes.
So as part of this work with KDA, we're going to be improving that walkway with the covered walkway and improved lighting. And that is...
That's not the question I asked. Are you telling me that if we don't allow third-party advertising on this sign, you won't improve your pedestrian access?
Our commitment right now is to have the covered walkway tied to this signage.
And I think if I can say this, is that we're prepared to address these elements if we are provided with the opportunity. Unfortunately, this process, we filed our application in December. We never got any feedback or input from staff until we got the report very recently.
Okay, that's beside the question.
And so if we are provided an opportunity to discuss these issues and how we can possibly revise the application or impose conditions, we'd be satisfied to do that, and we'd be amenable to having this matter deferred so that we can contemplate how the proposal can be addressed.
Okay. My next question, I've never heard of a mall that advertises competitors. I've always seen all the signage to the mall come in here and to the Canadian Tire or whatever. So there must be a lot of revenue at stake. How much revenue are you projecting annually from being able to have third-party advertising here?
I have no idea, I doubt that anybody would know that until the contracts are actually entered.
I'm a little puzzled by that, because you've said you're going to be able to make other investments like having a pedestrian thing, that there's an overall plan and it's all integrated. So clearly, if you've said that you need the revenue from the sign to pay for other elements of it, you must have some idea how much that is.
I don't know that that question was asked of any of the applicants, and nor have I seen that as, you know, some part of the criteria in consideration of the approval of that. I mean, it certainly wasn't asked of the definition.
Fair enough, but you're the one who linked the different elements, so I'm wondering how, like...
And the reason for the linkage of the different elements is because it's part of an overall enhancement.
I understand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other members? Maybe you can help me, Mr. Harbour. Is a 250,000 square feet of office
Yes.
occupied?
Yes.
Yes.
That's Hudson Bay?
That includes the Hudson's Bay Company building as well as the office space in the main building.
The main building is 4 stories in height, and the top 2 stories are office, and then HBC is in a separate office building at the northeast corner of the site, which is 6 stories in height.
Not linked by any walkways?
Just walking along the side of the existing building.
Right, but it's not covered?
No.
And were you going to cover the front of the building so you get actually from...
We are looking at adding canopies to the south and the east side of the building that currently do not...
But it's not part of this canopy project?
It's all related to this canopy sign project as external works. We're looking at an investment of about $8 million inside the building and an additional $6 million to the exterior of the building.
Now, this is third-party advertising, which means you gain revenue from it.
Correct.
And you said you have no experience, but you have the signs at Yonge and Eglinton. You gain revenue from those. That was asked for the same purpose, mostly to advertise the inside and the tenants, and then some revenue.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea how much of that advertising now is for the tenants and how much is third party?
On the existing sign at Yonge Eglinton Center, I do not have that information.
Would the majority of it not be third party now? I pass it all the time.
There's a limitation on the content to 50% first party, 50% third party at Yonge and Eglinton.
Do you know the revenue on that?
But if that's, and if I may speak, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm only asking the question because you linked the revenue from the sign to the ability to pay for the improvements. And I don't believe that my colleague, Councillor Perks, believes that they should be linked and that it's necessary to go forward. And that's the only reason I asked the question. The other question I have is, I see the picture of your sign, and I see the one on the corner. The two are going to be electronic. You really think that looks good? Because to me, I thought it looked like, I was going to say where my deputy city manager worked before, but he said, no, this is somewhere out in Brampton maybe as a sign. Please don't bring it up. Well, that was a suggestion. Don't bring it up to other areas. I mean, do you really think this is an improvement? This type of signage on the corner, not over the entranceway where you have a sign now, not along the buildings, but strictly put electronic signs that face Lawrence Avenue, both directions, and the traffic that's jammed by the Allen Expressway for the large one and the other one in the corner with mostly third-party advertising on it. What's the benefit in this structure over there that I refused myself when people ask for something similar to that along the major streets in the areas I represent? You really think it's an improvement? Because all the ads on the side are the stores in the small and not lit, and the third-party advertising is the lit area.
No, the actual stores are also illuminated, which is the static advertising for first party.
Right, I see.
The illuminated portion of it would also be predominantly first party as well. We're asking for third party for some additional ability to have third party advertising. The structure of the sign itself and the design has been taken primarily based on all of the facade improvements done that are proposed for the building itself and are very much in keeping with the proposed improvements to the building.
Would you be prepared to go back and make it a first-party sign and change the design of it somewhat if we had you meet with staff and not have third-party advertising?
Yeah, we would certainly consider it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. No other questions I see from members. Thank you very much. I have Anne Benedetti from Goodman's.
That helps. Good afternoon, through you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anne Benedetti, and this is Roy Vera-Kelly, the project architect. And we're here representing NE Holdings, Inc. in regard to the address of the building is 2263-2287 Yonge Street, and it's the E Condos building. And we are requesting a deferral in regard to the amendment application. You will have seen in the package a letter from Fontra, authored by Mr. Cattell, and I was speaking to Mr. Cattell today, and their request was that the signage on a one-off basis they were concerned with, and that they're concerned about the intersection and currently the Midtown in Focus process, and they requested that this signage be considered as part of that process. Now, I want to note that timing is a concern. This building is under construction. So although we are happy to request a deferral, we're happy to work with Mr. Cattell, and he agrees that Fontra supports the deferral. We would note that we wouldn't obviously want to be waiting for an infinite amount of time, but we're very happy to sit down and work with the three corners. that are currently under development in regard to Midtown in focus. We, of course, believe that the signs proposed are appropriate for an urban growth center at this location, but we understand that in working with staff and in working with the community, which we have this process, and this building was approved through City Council. There was no concerns in the end from the community, and we'd like to continue that process. So we'd ask for a deferral. I don't want to use all of our time, of course, because through you, Mr. Chair, if a deferral isn't granted, obviously we have a very full presentation prepared that will be 5 minutes in regard to the signs, but we'd like to make that request.
Sorry, well, I can't guarantee anything, but I understand what you're asking for. Are there any questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. Thank you. I am down to Dan Starnino. Roy was with him.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name's Dan Starnino, General Manager, Real Estate for Astral Media Outdoor. We have an amendment before you. The location is currently the one on Exhibition Place, which is on 2 Strachan. If you look at the photos that are posted, it is what I would refer to as a dinosaur sign. I believe it was manufactured somewhere 35 years ago. The sign size is approximately 2,600 to 2,700 square feet, depending on the east or west elevation. And what we're proposing to do is to remove the entire head section, make it a slimline structure, which appears on the right in this photo, and reduce the size by 1,100 square feet. The current sign bylaw allows for 300 nits in the evening hours. And what we're proposing, because of the new technology with better resolution and downward lighting, we're proposing half of what the city previously passed at 300 nits. We're proposing to run this board at 150 nits. The sign will also be turned off at 11 p.m. every evening and turned back on at 7 a.m. To me, this is a common sense item. We reviewed the staff report, and we are in much disagreement with it, that it doesn't refer to the benefits for the community, for the local residents. In the staff report, it says we will be 8 times larger than what's permitted under the sign bylaw. We are currently 12.5 times larger than what is permitted in the sign bylaw. And this sign will be removed in 2025 based on the end of the term of the lease. And either way, why we're in front of you, this is the second time we're in front. This time we've made a lot of amendments taking feedback from residents and taking feedback from a lot of the council members. So why we're in front of you is either way, we have to make a significant investment into this sign structure. All those signs, the Tri-Vision and the digital combined, are all end of life. We have nothing but problems and issues with them. And to live out the term of our lease till 2025, till the structure's removed, we have to make a significant investment. We do not want to make the investment into these ancient products that you see there, the Tri-Visions. We get heavy winds off Lake Ontario, which give us issues probably twice a week. We have to shut down the Tri-Visions and then obviously have them fixed. It doesn't look good when signs are, pieces are missing and you see some of the creative on another ad, it doesn't look good for anybody. This structure honestly belongs in some steel town. It does not belong in the center of Toronto, and I agree. And that's why we are proposing a common sense, basically refurbishment. So there was a public consultation held a month ago. When we attended the public consultation, there were 13 residents, Mr. Layton, from your ward. and they were literally distraught and up in arms. And staff made their deputation, and during that deputation, there were 3 of them that were pretty hardcore against it, and they actually left prior to us making a deputation. There were 11 people left during my deputation, and during that deputation, I turned every one of those naysayers to support the sign. They all said that they were very misled. They thought this was a brand new structure being erected on exhibition lands. They had no idea it was a retrofit of a structure. They loved the idea that we're going to get rid of this monster head section, the footprint of almost 2,700 square feet in the sky, and turn it into 1,560 square feet in the sky instead. And we will run it at it's 70% of the 30% of the brightness that we're allowed to run it now under our permitted permit. So right now, we run that digital at 500 nits. Also in the staff report, they're referring to a test they did a year ago, a lighting test that they said we run it at 94 to 190 nits. That was during a period, which I related to staff last year, that we were doing testing for future application like this. We ran it at 100 nits, at 200 nits, 300 nits, 400 nits, and 500 nits during this 3-week period. So the night they measured that sign, yes, we possibly could have been a year ago running it at that, but we run that at 500 nits. If we are forced to spend the money to retrofit this sign, which we will have to do in the next 6 to 9 months, as is, will still be 2,700 square feet footprint. You'll still have the big, ugly steel head section, which is a dinosaur. And also, under our lighting specialist, the current nits on this board, if you take the Tri-Visions and the digital, the current nits are 202 nits right now coming off that board. With the new board, you will only have 150 nits. If this is retrofitted to the digital and Tri-Visions, new ones, you will have over 300 nits permitted till 2025, projecting from the sign instead of 150 nits. Also, this sign on the east elevation, which faces Fort York and faces the others, runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with full motion video. So we are proposing to get rid of the full motion video, only static, reduce it by 1,100 square feet, and it just, if even those 12 emails that were received to staff from complaints, meaning that they don't want to see the sign go up, if I was to sit in front of them, just like I did at the public consultation for 5 minutes, they would agree that this is a much better solution. When everybody heard will only operate at 150, 1,100 square feet smaller, be turned off at 11 in the evening, everybody was satisfied. We actually left the room, my partner and I, and we were talking to all those residents outside, and they said they were just misunderstood the mail out that they received from staff. They just couldn't understand it. Anyway, I thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Or any questions of the deputant? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions. The next speaker we have is Steve Wolowich.
Yeah, I was fine with that.
If you want to know what I wrote, you have to ask him.
I'm not Steve Wolowich, but I am on the list, Michelle Erskine from Outfront as well. So
Would you like to go first?
If you don't mind, I'll be brief.
Could I ask just a quick question? Just if I could ask a question of how the procedure works for our deputations. My name is Steve Wolowich. We'd like to have my associate Michelle speak first. We have submitted a request for referral back to staff. But being that we have 2 applications, I'm going to, like the other previous deputants, I'm going to ask to speak to each of the applications. Would I be entitled to 5 minutes for each one of our applications?
Well, the first question is, which one are you moving for a referral, asking for?
Both items. 153.
I understand I have a colleague that's going to move a referral. So You're satisfied to hear that you've won the argument to move a referral back?
Based,
We're one.
well, like your previous coaching.
So why don't I
We're not
suggest-
assured of that vote being passed, right?
I can't guarantee anything.
Right.
If I knew those votes, then I could do your job.
So
Make a lot of money at it because I'd know all the votes.
So I would like to ask that I present for each of the applications, and I'm asking for 5 minutes because they are two different applications.
I would suggest at the moment that I think the referral back is going to pass. So I don't think in this case, because my colleague is saying that he's spoken to some of his colleagues here, and he believes he can get the referral passed. He knows. Go to him. He's the guy in charge here.
Staff have indicated that they're supportive of the referral, and in the interest of time, we'd prefer not to depute and take up time.
So do we. So we're fine.
Okay, all right, well, appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right.
And the only other deputed I have is Zoe Newman. So Zoe, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Zoe Newman. I'm here as a resident of Huron Street in Toronto, as a co-president of the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization, and also as someone who teaches urban sociology at York University. You'll see why those are all relevant. On behalf of the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization, I'm here to request that you refuse the application for an area-specific amendment to the city's sign bylaw at 750 Spadina Avenue. So I'm speaking a little out of order because we're going back a couple of items. I want to echo the statement of the Harbour Village Residents Association about being committed to sustainable, livable development. In fact, the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization has participated in this process with the JCC for over a year, with this being our third official meeting on the proposed amendment, where we've expressed our concerns but have had little to no indication that those concerns have been taken seriously by the applicant. While the potential for the large electronic roof sign to distract drivers and cyclists and put them and pedestrians at risk is certainly a concern for us, and I understand that's something that Councillor Cressy has indicated in his letter, I'd like to speak to two other problems related to the proposed sign. The first problem that I want to raise about the proposed electronic third-party rooftop sign is the light pollution it would cause. As a resident of Huron Street, I received a notice about the amendment application because I live within the 250-meter area that the proposed sign's light would reach. I live on a street with lots of big trees, residences, gardens, and wildlife. The HSRO, the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization, is concerned about the potential of this sign's light to disrupt the sleep of human residents. But with an eye to the city's bird-friendly development guidelines when it comes to light pollution, we're also concerned about how the lives of our neighborhood birds would be negatively affected by additional light pollution resulting from this proposed electronic sign. Further, we are very concerned about the precedent that this wide-ranging amendment could set for our neighborhood residents, both the human and the non-human ones, because certainly there is lots of potential and proposed development at Bloor and Spadina in addition to this sign. Our second problem with the proposed sign is its detrimental effects on the public realm. And here we get a bit more into the kind of soft, less measurable items. Jane Jacobs, who lived just blocks from Bloor and Spadina, wrote about what she called the uses of sidewalks. In cities where there are thousands and even millions of people we'll never know but still have to share space with, Jacobs observed that sidewalks offer great social importance as spaces where strangers have casual, chance, and spontaneous encounters. Jacobs said those casual meetings on the sidewalk build social cohesion and a healthy city. At the southeast corner of Bloor and Spadina is a perfect example of that kind of vital public sidewalk space. I'm talking about Matt Cohen Park, where kids play on the giant dominoes, people of all ages and walks of life sit on the benches and under the trees, cyclists gather for critical mass, and in the summertime, salsa lessons break out. It's a lovely spot to visit. All these people share the space. They all get to know each other in the kind of casual and spontaneous ways that Jacobs talked about. They engage in free public culture and public expression. So what does this have to do with a third-party billboard? Well, billboard advertising, particularly on a very large scale, literally blocks out our ability to see the sky and the stars. And it has a way of figuratively dominating the public conversation. More accurately, it's a one-way conversation that bombards us with visual stimuli to the point that, as sociologists have observed, we shut down socially and become blunted to the possibilities of chance encounters in public space. Cities including Sao Paulo, New York, Tehran, and Paris are moving to reduce and even ban billboards in public space, and the entire states of Vermont, Maine, Hawaii, and Alaska are billboard-free because their elected bodies recognize billboards as a kind of visual pollution that treat us as consumers rather than citizens and elevate the interests of private corporations over public expression. While we recognize the importance of the JCC to our community, we do not believe its interests should come at the expense of the larger public. Keeping in mind these concerns about light pollution, precedent, and ensuring people's right to public space, to free public space and public culture, and on behalf of the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization, I respectfully request that the application for an area-specific amendment to the city's sign bylaw at 750 Spadina Avenue be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. I have had one more, thank you for coming. I've had one more person that now wants to be added to the list of speakers. Elizabeth Che from Astral Out of Home. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. I'm going to be very brief. I'm not going to take the whole 5 minutes of your time, but there's some community feedback on the sign application at 2 Strachan that I just want to make sure that the committee is aware of. Last year, when a similar application to this came through, we went and canvassed the neighborhood and talked to residents of the 2 adjacent buildings to the sign. And the result of that canvassing was 133 emails and positive support sent to councillors in the City of Toronto, which I have here if anyone would like to see them. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of the positive community support and the benefits of this sign. Thank you.
Yes, there are questions of you, Councillor.
Sorry, those emails are in response to a different application than the one we're considering right now?
A larger, brighter application than the one you were considering right now.
A different one?
A different one, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our deputants. Our staff had a presentation for us. Do you want to go through it? Do members of the committee want to see the hard work the staff put into their presentation? Yes, they do. Yes, they do, but they'd like you to do it as efficiently as possible, but you can give some response to the concerns that were here. No, I think they should go. I don't think it's helping your case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. In the interest of time, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of give you more an overview. I'm not going to go into the details of every specific application. What I'll do is I'll just give you an overview of the process that we followed and generally what our conclusions were as a result of that review. So one thing that's important to note that back in December of 2013, that was when this chief building official had reported back that we would look at these sign bylaw amendments annually, once a year. And the advantage of doing that was so that we could come forward holistically with all of the applications at the same time to give committee and council ultimately a more holistic view or review of what all of these applications together do to the bylaw. When we set up this process, the applicants had until December 31st to submit their applications, which they did. One of the things also that's really important to note is the amount of work that went into the development of the sign bylaw that you have in front, that we have today for the City of Toronto, is that That bylaw in 2015, we expanded areas where electronic third-party signs were permitted in the city. And through that expansion, what we did is we looked at how we could minimize the impacts of those third-party electronic signs on neighbors. And we did that through setting, hours of operations, the size, the location where they'd be placed, looking at how those signs would affect roadways and traffic, that sort of thing. So there was extensive work done in 2015 to do that. And prior to that, back in, remember, in 2010, is the city developed a new sign bylaw for the city, and it was an idea to look at signs as an overview for the whole city, as opposed to coming forward to council each time there's a specific sign proposed for specific locations. So look at overall what we're trying to achieve for the city, and then set those requirements for the whole city, as opposed to individually looking at them time over time. The bylaw does allow this amendment process, though. What I would say as a summary of these applications, 2 of them, 750 Spadina and 2 Strachan, were applications that, what's that? Yeah. They were both applications that committee and council saw in the past. 750 Spadina, as you heard, was the identical proposal that you saw 2 years ago. 2 Strachan was adjusted, and it's slightly smaller than what you saw 8 months ago. And they did make some changes to the brightness of the sign and the hours of operation. The other 3 signs, 750 Sherway, 700 Lawrence, 2263 to 2287 Yonge Street, those ones are new ones, and they're all applications for large electronic signs, third-party or large electronic signs in areas that would not normally have been permitted to have them. Dufferin Street, of course, 153 Dufferin, is in an area that in the Gardner Gateway Special Sign District that does allow third-party electronic signs. Process we went through, we collectively looked at the impact of all of these applications on the bylaw. We looked at them at appropriateness to see, is it appropriate to allow this type of sign in the areas where they were proposed? We did some comparisons to other sign types that are permitted, so where a third-party sign would be permitted. We looked at how that application actually fit in there to look at that. We also looked at the impacts of the sign on neighboring properties as well as the impacts on traffic, and we considered the public feedback that we received. What I would say as a result of this, 5 of the applications were in sign districts that don't normally allow third-party signs or electronic signs. 1 application, the one on Dufferin, is in a district that does allow third-party signs. What's important to note that all of the applications in front of you all did exceed the performance requirements that are set in the bylaw in some fashion. So the sign face area, the height, the type, the technology, they all in one way or another did impact on that. 2 of the applications that are in front of you at the time that we reviewed them did exceed the administrative requirement with respect to term. Term is a good tool that the city can use. We normally set it at 5 years. It allows us to come back and look at the permit after 5 years to see how the area changed. And 2 of the applications were asking to adjust that term from 5 years to 15. We did hear today on one of them, as I recall, looking at dropping that down to 10 years. What I would say with the applications, 3 of those applications, in our view, did have impacts on the roadways in the areas. Lawrence was a good example, and what you did hear from the deputants was that they are correct. When you're on the Allen, you cannot see that sign when you're on the Allen, but the off-ramp for the Allen is part of the Allen, and the bylaw specifically sets restrictions on how close you should be to the Allen in order to avoid traffic issues. I think the big issue there with the one on Lawrence is the fact that there's so much going on that site as far as traffic, and with these signs, it's that collective impact that gave us concern. One of the things I just want to go back to the Lawrence one just to make a point is that there was a lot of new information that we heard today with respect to that application around, doing a whole vision for the site and a whole program for it. A lot of that's new information for us, and a lot of it was around first-party signage. What I would suggest would be better to do is to step back and look at what that whole vision is and then figure out what the right process is to go through that. We did in our public meeting, so we sent out notification to residents within 250 meters of all of the signs. What I will say is that the amount of attendance that was at those public meetings was limited. It was anywhere from no one to, in the case of Strachan, I think it was 15 people showed up. There wasn't I would say the support wasn't overwhelmingly supportive of the applications. That was the way we would characterize those meetings. The concerns that we heard were, it was a common theme with all of the applications. It was all about the impact of these signs on the neighboring neighborhoods, so residents, schools, parks, also the traffic concerns. So as a result, what I would say is that when we looked at all of these applications together, we don't believe that they're consistent with the overall goals and objectives of the bylaw. We didn't feel there were any merits to support these new sign types in the new areas that were proposed. And we felt that they all had negative impacts to some degree on adjacent properties, and that was why our recommendation wasn't to support them. What I would also like to add is that there was a number of deputants that came forward, or applicants, and they expressed that they had new information that they wanted to add. That was information that we didn't see through our review process, so that requires us to go back and restart that process again. So, if there's any questions? I won't go into the details of all this.
Questions of staff by non-members of the committee? Not seeing any questions of committee members of the staff.
Thank you, Chair. Can I get the slide of the comparison for 2 Strachan of what is there and what's being proposed, just to ask a question? I think it was up a couple minutes ago.
Well, I think that was from the one from the
2 Strachan.
It's from the deputant.
I think it might have been by the proponent, actually.
Yeah, but I think staff have their own slides.
Yeah, go ahead, because it's, no, but I wanted that information.
Good. Yeah.
Okay.
No, if there's a picture, let the picture come.
I just want staff to do, yeah, there we go, that's good. Yeah. No, aside from the visual, which, you know, to me, one looks like total junk, the other one's a little cleaner. Can I get staff to refute the facts of the proposed sign versus the existing sign?
How about to comment on?
Sorry?
How about to comment?
Yeah, can I get you to comment on the accuracy of the comparison, the factuality of the comparisons being made there? Because to me, it just looks like an overall improvement in every area. Like, is there anything misleading there
I
that?
have a good illustration in our presentation.
Okay, sure.
That might help. So when council looked at this roughly 8 months ago, the sign was roughly about 167 square meters. Since then, the new proposal that's in front of the applicants are proposing today, it's shrunk by about 20 square meters, so it's down to 145 square meters. And so it's just it's 2 sign faces, but it's not 3 different types of technology for displaying the image. They have reduced the illumination level from what you saw 8 months ago, from 300 nits down to 150 nits. And on the side
So let me just stop you there for a second, because I've only got so much time. So my understanding from what the proponent said was that the existing sign, if it stays and they do whatever investment they have to do to make it last another 10 years, is going to be well beyond 150 nits continuously in a 24-hour period, versus this is only 150 nits. Is that correct? Are they being factual with that? I guess between the digital and the lights that displayed on the static, it's over, I believe it was 250 nits, versus what they're telling us is going to be 150. Can you either refute that or not?
I'm going to let Ted speak to this. My understanding is that sign that exists there today, though, is under a previous.
No, I understand that we have policies and there's grandfathering. I understand all of that. I'm asking about whether or not, for the general public who just cares about a better standard of living in an area, will there be a reduction in the nits overall with respect to the current sign? That's all I want to know.
Yes. So we've gone out there on several occasions, Mr. Chair, to look at the illumination levels of the sign. The first thing is that the current sign, we've measured it on several occasions at lighting levels, at brightness levels below 200 nits.
Okay?
So what they're proposing, 150, it is half of what is the bylaw currently requires, but it's in line with what the sign is currently operating at.
Okay, so currently, the current sign that is there right now, with the amount of illumination that it brings forward each and every night on a 24-hour basis, will the proposed new sign reduce the amount of nits that the people in the adjoining condos across the street experience? It's a yes or no question.
The
Will it be
condos, the
reduced?
side that is facing the condos across the street is already required to be shut off at 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
So no, there would not be a net benefit in that respect.
Okay, so that's a different question. So you're right that, one second, Councillor, so that's fine. So I was going to ask that next, but thank you for that. So the one that faces the condos will be shut off like the one is now. But while it's on, when it's not shut off, is it brighter than the new sign would be or being proposed? Is it currently brighter than the new sign would be?
Slightly, yes.
So it would be an improvement with the replacement of the new sign would bring an improvement to the amount of light pollution entering the condo units with this new proposal? Yes.
Slight.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perks had questions.
Yes, could you put up what's permitted at 2 Strachan, comparing what's being asked for? Yeah, I know you've done that comparison.
So what this image is in your report, in the report in front of you. What it's showing is that, first of all, in an open space district, under the current bylaw today, you're not allowed a third-party electronic sign. If you were to allow them, typically the bylaw would allow a 20 square meter sign. The proposal that...
So that itty-bitty guy is what's permitted, and the great big guy is what they're asking for?
Well, actually, no
correct?
sign is permitted, but if you were, typically it would be a 20 square meter electronic sign.
Thank you.
So can I get one clarification? I'll turn over to Councillor Barlow. Following up my colleague, Councillor DiCiano, he was asking about the brightness of the sign. So let me ask my question.
Sorry.
So I understand that the brightness of the proposed sign would be slightly less than the brightness of the current sign. What's the square footage of the current sign that is electronic compared to the comparison of the footage of the proposed sign that would be electronic?
So thank you. So the current electronic portion is around 64 square meters on each sign face, and the proposal is 145 square meters.
So then would the impact of a 145 square meter sign, slightly less bright than the 60 some odd meter sign, slightly more intense, be greater or less of an impact with a larger sign on the neighbors?
My view would be it would be greater.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow, questions?
So following up on all these questions, so there's one part that is electronic, so it's 65. So what are the other ones, the other two? One is completely static, the other one is?
So the other three parts, so if you divide this sign into 4 portions.
Are there light elements to any of the other 2 parts?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a time frame that the owner of the sign has to give up this sign?
2025.
So 2025. So from now until 2025 is allowed, that, what we're dealing is that size of a sign?
That's right. It's grandfathered until then.
Okay. Are there any other questions? You're continuing.
So if we were to grant this sign, is there a time frame?
Yes, it would still be 2025.
Oh, okay. So we would be getting a smaller sign for this from now until 2025?
20 square meters smaller.
Sorry, a smaller?
Overall sign.
A smaller overall sign. Councillor Perks, did you have another question?
Yes.
With the committee's permission, second round of questions.
Could I have the committee's permission to ask another?
All those in favor, opposed, that's carried.
Thank you. Is there someone from legal here? Yes.
We are always defending.
So one of the issues that's come up is that we were compelled to grandparent in some of these signs. And I know that one of our asks under the City of Toronto Act review was that requirement that we have to grandparent them in be lifted. What's the status of that ask?
Well, just let you know that Bill 68 received royal assent yesterday, so the modernizing legislation has gone through. So changes to the City of Toronto Act 110, the legislative restrictions are now modified as per more or less our request as of late last night.
So to be more specific, as of late last night, the legal framework on whether or not we have to keep these grandparented signs is now different than it was yesterday.
That is correct.
Thank you.
World turns. Okay. I'm sure there's a speaker there and a non-member of committee who's been here. Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much. And I believe this is the 5th opportunity I'll have to speak to these signs, this particular sign, the second or third on this particular sign face over the course of the last 6 or 7 years, discounting what we spoke about, which was more a legal matter at the last exhibition place. So it's a pretty complex sign, given its location on city property outside of the permitted sign zone. But the neighborhood's done a significant amount of changing since the sign originally went in. There are roughly 10,000 people living north of this sign now that didn't live there prior. There are and will be across from the east sign face to the other side of Strachan, another roughly 3,000, 4,000 people that will live there within the next couple of years. There is now the Undergardner Park, the Bentway, whose main stage will be within a couple dozen meters of this stage. The stage that they're building right now under the Gardner that will have seating and productions within sort of the shadow of the sign. A lot has changed in this neighborhood in the last few years that make it inappropriate to have a sign like this, existing sign or otherwise. To their credit, the previous owners of the sign brought out a giant billboard down to Exhibition Place and let me play with a knit gun and zapping it for different levels, albeit the one they brought me was a quarter the size of the one that they would actually end up coming in for an application for. In speaking with some of the residents, in speaking with some of the organizations that represent both the community and other interests on site, it's clear to me now that we need to start taking a stronger stand and position as a city that when neighborhoods like this change, we are not going to continue to place a rather significant burden on those residential units of these electronic billboards. This is just an enormous addition to an already oversaturated area. This addition will impact more people, I suspect, than any other sign in that corridor because of the size, because of the placement, and because of what's going on and growing up around it. I hope that the committee once again votes to reject this proposal as staff is recommending. I entertained 2 public meetings and this viewing with their knit gun in an effort to try to learn more about the project. Because I quite respectfully to staff, I assume that they would approve it because most of the other projects within that area they have approved against my own wishes, and I have voted against them and spoken against them before. But I think that speaks to just the size and the sheer the increase that this sign is seeking more than most of the other signs in the district, and what that will mean to the area around it. So I'd like to thank staff for their report coming forward, as well as thank the proponent or the previous proponent for allowing us to have such a demonstration in the neighborhood. They didn't have to. My support wasn't contingent on it. They knew that and they did it anyhow. But at the same time, I think it's just way too much for a neighborhood that's already overburdened, and that is growing up around it at such a pace that we just can't continually saying, well, let's let them have it again and again and again, and we need to eventually say no.
Thank you. Bring it into committee. I think Councillor DiCiano has a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I do have two motions. I've spoken to my committee members about this, and I think we're all in agreement that we will defer two items. They on this I'll just read them out. They're not on the screen, but that so motion A is that the chief building official and executive director of Toronto Building report further to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on September the 7th, 2017, on the application to amend the sign bylaw for 150 Sherway Drive, which is the Trillium Health Center. And that motion B, that the chief building official and executive director of Toronto Building report further to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on September the 7th, 2017, on the application to amend the sign bylaw for 153 Dufferin Street. I think there is an opportunity for staff to look at some additional information and make another recommendation. So I think, or maybe the same one for sure. So those are the motions. I will be supporting all of the other refusal recommendations, except for, of course, 2 Strachan. I just look at it from a, when it comes to climate change, I don't deny science and reason, and I'm not going to deny science and reason on this one either. To me, it just looks like an improvement to have a much smaller face sign, so I won't be supporting staff recommendations on that one, but I will on the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you wish to speak.
Thank you, and I will be supporting Councillor DiCiano's motion for the deferrals. I wanted to note that because one of them is in my ward, and I understand why we need to do that. I did want to speak to 2 Strachan. While I appreciate the reasoning in saying it's an improvement, first of all, it's a very slight improvement. It's not an improvement in hours. It's a minimal improvement in lighting on one side. It's also worth noting that it's right next to a highway, so there are some issues there. But that's not the test. The test isn't whether it's better. Our sign bylaw doesn't say you can replace any sign you've got with another sign if there's a minimal improvement. We went through and looked at how signs were impacting each neighborhood in the city of Toronto. And we decided that in some areas we could accept more, and in other areas we needed to dramatically reduce the impact. This sign, 2 Strachan, is one of those where we decided there needed to be a dramatic reduction in impact. As Councillor Layton noted in his remarks, 10,000 people live in the area where the residential face will shine. And that's why we decided that the current status quo was nowhere near good enough. And that's why what's permitted there is that itty-bitty little sign, not the big one. So 10,000 people, by the way, just, that's the equivalent to 1 in every 6 people who live in my ward or live in Councillor DiCiano's ward, which I think you also have about 60,000 people. So 80 now? So 1 in 8 people in your ward. So based on that huge population of impact, simply saying that there's a slight improvement isn't good enough. And that's why the bylaw was rewritten, that's why none of us should be supporting the new application here. And you're right, Councillor, there was a long lead time. That was something that, before the current sign could be phased out, that was something that was out of our hands previously. I understand now we may have new options there, and I'm certainly keen to explore it. So I don't think the case for 2 Strachan is there, so I urge you not to support it.
So I have a couple of motions. Motion A is to refer back 2263 and 2287 Yonge. So it'll go back to staff to look at with the applicant and look at all 4 corners together. But I would just say to the applicant, well, I'll speak to it after. And then the other one is recommendations 1, 4, and 6 of the staff report be adopted. So that's in regards to 750 Spadina, which is 1, Refusal, 700 Lawrence, which is 4, and 2 Strachan Avenue. I'll speak to the first part of the motion. When we're looking at Yonge and Eglinton, There's very bright, very large signs on the northwest corner. That was brought to us by the previous councillor, and I don't think we ever expected it to be that bright or that much advertising. On the southwest corner, the city is working through Bill Toronto with the local councillor at the whole vision for that corner where the bus barns were, and wants a lot of big open public space, and isn't going to want to see great big advertising signs facing it all the time. So I would be very respectful of the fact that you may have to look at the signage that you want there, how bright it is, and how large it is, because I don't think this committee is going to recommend to council that that look anything like Dundas Square. In regards to 750 Spadina, 700 Lawrence, and 2 Strachan, first of all, my friends at Exhibition Place know I didn't support it last time. I won't support it this time. It hasn't changed. In fact, if anything's changed, there's more people living there, not less people living there. And as was said by my colleague that represents the area, you have to look at change and how it impacts you. And again, like I said last time, the sign was in High Park. And Councillor Pantaloni was prepared to accept Councillor Miller's request to move it over to the Exhibition Place because there were no homes nearby. But the homes around High Park didn't like the sign prior to it being electronic. So it got moved to a big industrial area that isn't industrial anymore. I don't think that our own agency should keep asking for us to keep considering that. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right for the Y to keep asking us the same thing that we've said no about for the same reasons. Because you look at them, they're both about the money. Everybody wants the revenue from it, and they're not looking at the impact on the urban community that's around it. And 700 Lawrence, same thing. It's, to me, the money. It wasn't meant to be a first-party sign. If someone really wants a first-party sign, go back, think it over, and make an application for something that's, again, more respectful of that area, that might fit in better, that isn't so gaudy, or might be an area that, with all due respect to our neighboring communities in the GTA, we wouldn't want to see here, and we may talk about them being there. I haven't supported any signs like that in the area that I represent, and I've had people with those requests in the past. So they're all about looking at the revenue and not looking about the communities and the impact on them. And as such, I will support the staff recommendations to refuse them. So I think we have to vote on Councillor DiCiano's first. The referral back. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then I have one as well to refer the one at Yonge and Eglinton. Oh, that's the second one at Councillor DiCiano. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then the referral of the one at Yonge and Eglinton. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then the refusal for 1, 4, and 6, which is 750 Spadina, 700 Lawrence, and 2 Strachan. All those in favor? If I'm asked to. Okay, so 1 and 4, which is 750 Spadina and 700 Lawrence. All those in favor? Staff recommendations. Opposed? That's carried. 2 Strachan Avenue. All those in favor of adopting the recommendations? Opposed? That loses on a tie. Goes to council with no recommendation. And I believe we have concluded our business. Yes. So motion to adjourn. Thank you for staying and making the meeting happen to the folks that are here. Really do appreciate that.